Down in the
Now I know we all be loving this shit right here.
rolling, rolling, rolling,
What you gonna do?
rolling, rolling.
What you gonna do?
Down in the rolling, rolling, rolling.
What you gonna do? Right, y'all be loving this shit.
What you know about?
Right,
Down in the
I've been rolling so deep, I've been sipping by the week.
right.
Fixing Tennessee with a touch of Tennessee.
down in the
Deep, I'm a freak in the sheets.
Right.
You think you seen it all? I got more tricks up my sleeve. You know better than to bring your friends around me. I know you fucking him, but you wish it was me. Let me whisper in your ear, cause you know I'm a freak. You know nothing about going down that deep. I don't give a fuck what they say about me. I don't give a fuck what they say about me. No, I don't give a fuck what they say about me.
down in the
Right. Now I know we all be loving this shit.
what you know about? What you know about?
Sun is down, freezing cold. That's how we already know when it's here. My dog will probably do it for a Louis Bell. That's just all he know, he don't know nothing else. I tried to show him.
At iHerb, we make and sell the best health and wellness.
Good morning, traders! I got every single one of you. You're like, audio's gone. Where's Josh? Boom! There he is. Good morning, traders. Happy hump day and welcome back. How we all doing today, ladies and gentlemen? I hope we're having a wonderful morning. And I hope you guys had a wonderful evening as well. And I hope you guys are fired up, ready to rock, and ready to roll for an amazing day in the market, guys. I'm excited to be here. I'm fired up, and I am ready to make some big time profits with each and every one of you. Ron, what's up? Good morning. T. Hart, Steve, Dougie, good morning, traders inside the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, how we all doing? Hit me with a big old good morning. How we feeling today? Are we fired up? Are we ready to rock? Are we ready to roll and make those big time profits? Ladies and gentlemen, over on YouTube, hit me with a big old good morning as well. We got Frank, Mr. Joey over on YouTube, and we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Spaz, Kits King, Dougie, good morning, guys. How we all doing? Man, oh man, oh man. I'm fired up, guys. I'm ready to hit it hard today. I'm ready to have some fun with you guys, ready to drop those value bombs, ready to lock in some big time profits. It is February 23rd, 2022, hump day once again. 9:01 in the morning, and it's a pretty simple day as far as the stocks that we're watching, guys. There's not a lot of stocks with hot news. There's not a lot of stocks ripping and running. There's not a lot of stocks moving. If you guys look at the upgappers right now at this point in time, as we can see, we have a couple stocks that are up 99%, 95%. You're like, what do you mean, Josh? Stocks aren't ripping and running. I'm looking at the upgappers right now. I see we have a stock up 99%. I see we have another stock up 95.2%. What's going on? What do you mean? Well, let's go look at GLMD, guys, or GLDM, right? So this stock yesterday at $37. Today it's at $38. What's going on here? Well, at first glance, it looks like acquisition. But the more I look into this, I think it might be like a name change. Looking at GLDM, the only thing we have on here was from 816, but this type of movement, right, when we have a stock go from a close of $37, it's 38, but on the chart it looks like it went from 18 to 38. That to me looks like either it was a buyout, acquisition, merger, maybe a name change. So again, right now at this point in time, there's really nothing here on GLDM. But then we go look at TEN, right? Same thing. The stock yesterday was where? Right around $9.98. Right now it's sitting around 20 bucks. What is going on with TEN? Shares are trading higher after the company announced it will be acquired, right? So acquisition by Apollo Funds. Now, does it talk about what it's going to be acquired at? What's the price that's taking place? So roughly double the stock's price, $9.98. Take a private price of $20 a share. So acquisition taking place, TEN, $20 a share. So that's why we see this stock up 94%. And what do we know about stocks that have, mergers, acquisitions, buyouts? It takes place at a per share price. The stock normally hits that price and sits sideways all day. 99% of the time, these types of stocks like TEN are simply not worth your time. So let's go ahead and eliminate that noise and let's talk about the stocks that have the best potential. What stocks have I identified that have the best potential today? What stocks am I adding to my back burner watch list that could move today as well? But where should our focus be right out of the gate? Well, believe it or not, it's a lot of these prior day movers, guys. So yesterday, IMPP, one of our top gainers yesterday. This stock went from around 66 cents, hitting highs of 86 cents yesterday. Right now, breaking above $1 here in pre-market, hitting pre-market highs of 114. So right now at this point in time, we have natural support right around $1. We also have support right around this trend line as well. So even if we do come down below $1 on IMPP, that's okay. Now, if this stock had been underneath of $1 for say 6 months, 9 months, a year, and we're above $1, I would really want to see the stock stay above $1. And if it re-dropped back below $1, that would show weakness. But this stock was just over $1 in January. So it's not like it's been underneath of $1 for that more than 6 month time frame for us to see those big time $1 breakouts and those big rips and runs. Okay, so right now we would ideally like to see IMPP holding above that $1 level, but if it does come down below $1, we could see it hold up above this trend line. So right now we do have trend line support, and then we can even look left and look at yesterday, all that resistance we had at 85 cents. So if $1 doesn't hold, if the trend line cracks, if we drop below 90 cents, which is the pre-market low, we could see it come all the way down to 85, and as long as it holds above 85 at the lowest, this stock's technically still in play. But to really show some strength, I'd like to see this staying above $1, getting back above that 107. Now, what's important or what's significant about that 107? Well, it was the low a day, and then the very next day when we gapped down, right, it was the high a day. So we had a low a day, we gapped up, we dropped, huge gap down overnight. High a day was right around the 107 as well. So we can see that one day we had a low a day. 2 days later, we had a high a day right around 107. And we can see 107 has been an area of concern, right? It's been a level of resistance. It was our first move up. We hit resistance at like 5 a.m., pulled back. Yes, we hit 114, but we can see that right around that 107 is going to be that resistance level here on IMPP. So I really want to see the stock above 107, right? If we can see this break and hold above 107, we have a lot of great potential to the upside, right? Psychological resistance, 125. But looking at the chart, we do have room to 147 and then 150, and then potentially filling this gap up towards around 182. So we'll see. IMPP was a nice, strong stock yesterday. Once again, from 63 cents. It moved all the way up towards around that close of 80 cents. I mean, from a low of day to a high of day, the stock did move about 32%. Now, from yesterday to today, we're up another 30%. We're trading really good volume as well. We're not trading the average volume. Actually, I'm sorry, my scanners have been all messed up lately, so I'm looking at the wrong column. So the average volume on IMPP is 5.8 million, and the volume today is 13. So we are trading high relative volume. We had a reason for the stock to be moving yesterday. It's a momentum play, prior day mover that's gapping up once again today in pre-market. And right now, this is one of my top stocks that I want to be watching. So again, we do have the trend line support. If we do crack the trend line, back down towards around 90 cents. If we lose 90 cents, we really want to see it staying above 85 cents. And if it does stay above 85 cents, it's still in play, and we could see a lot of action with IMPP. Or ideally, staying above $1, getting a nice clean break and hold over 107. We could absolutely see this up towards around 125, 147, and then maybe even 182. Josh today, Jakey Lakey, I'm here. Jakey Lakey. So IMPP, definitely one of the top stocks that I'm going to be watching today, guys. Okay. Number 2, INDO, another top gainer from yesterday. This stock in pre-market going from around 480, hitting highs of $8.90 over on INDO. Now, why was the stock moving yesterday? So again, we had some energy shares moving. there was no direct news as far as a catalyst goes with INDO, but we did have an article that was posted the week prior as far as this being a top short squeeze candidate. So that was probably why we saw that slight gap up. Again, there was an article that was posted about this being a good short squeeze candidate. And then again, it just took on off as INDO is a lower float stock as well. So I do want to watch INDO again today. We are, slightly gapping up, about $1 here. And we do have a lot of that resistance right around 731 on INDO. So if we can get a nice break and hold over 731, we could absolutely start to see some of that great buying volume move back in and see another great day today on INDO. So over 731, we have potential to 803. Over 803, we could see 832 and then 875 to 890. Now, if we ever break over yesterday's highs, our next level of resistance coming from the daily chart is going to be this spiking high from the 27th of January, right around like 920. But our top target today, if we break over yesterday's highs, is going to be $10. What do we know about penny stocks? When penny stocks get a nice, big time, clean breakout over that 875 mark, they typically, 80% of the time, get a nice big rip and run to $10. But again, we have to look left, look at past chart history to see where the stock could go before traders start taking some profits. And we know they look at spiking highs and spiking lows. These are significant points in price, and those are usually respected as levels of resistance and levels of support. So again, the spiking high from the 27th of January was 922. All right, so again, if we break over yesterday's highs, yes, we need to lock in some profits around 922, and then we have potential to $10, right? Support right now, I would say light support, it'll be right around $7 natural psychological support. We can even see that it was a little bit of resistance. And then when we broke above here in pre-market, we did pull back, retest 7 before trying to get that next leg up. So again, $7 light support. And then we just got to look left at yesterday's lows. So we could come down to 680 and hold support. We could come down towards around 638. Another low from yesterday and hold support. But we could even come all the way back down to 580. So again, there's a lot of levels that could hold up as support. So it's really just sitting back and waiting to see what INDO does out of the gate, right? Is it gonna get a nice big rip and run out of the gate like yesterday and just have some momentum for the first hour and a half of the day and get that big time rip? Or are we gonna start selling off a little bit? And are we gonna come down to 680 and hold support? Are we gonna come down to that 638 and hold support? Or is it gonna come all the way down to 580 and find support before a potential move on higher? At this point in time, you really don't know what's going to take place. You just get prepared. It could come here. It could come there. It could even come all the way down to 580. So again, you have your levels marked up, and now you sit back, be patient, and wait for the stock to develop, right? Wait for an opportunity to present itself. So all we know right now is where support is, where the stock could come down to. We know it's slightly gapping up. It was a top gainer from yesterday, went on a big time move, low float stock. It's gapping up. We have some volume. We definitely want to be watching INDO once again today. And again, if we can get a break and hold over that 730, we could absolutely see 832, 875, and then potentially yesterday's highs of 890. Again, anything over 890, we have potential to that 922 and then $10. Another top stock I'll be watching to see what takes place out of the gate today. And then on the back burner, guys, we have ISPO. Now, yesterday, ISPO was one of my losses. I was actually trading this for that potential mid-candle breakout. Just didn't do anything. So I went ahead and cut my losses. Moments later, it pushes back up, breaks the VWAP, goes on a nice big spike up towards around 44. It never really played out for that big time mid-candle breakout, but I still want to keep this stock on watch. Why is that? This stock on Thursday went from $13 to $108. Yes, on Friday, massive gap down. But yesterday, we still saw a little bit of volume and a little bit of action. Again, from a low of day of 32, we had a nice little $12 pop to the upside. So if, IMPP does nothing today, if INDO does nothing today, right? If STRN, it's a stock we're getting ready to talk about, does nothing today. And if CLEU does nothing today, right? Where do you think traders are going to go? The last stock that went on a big time rip and a big time run, as traders want to make profits, big time profits. So where do you think traders may go? Where could they shift to? It definitely could be ISPO. And again, we had a little bit of volume yesterday move in. I'd be curious to see if we have buyers move back into ISPO for a potential break of Friday's close. Now, Friday's close was right around 45.69. That's where I expect to see the next big time wave of volume really start to move back into ISPO. We could see it up to 50. We could see it up towards around Friday's open and Friday's high. I'm not saying this is going to take place, but again, it's a stock that has potential. Traders could shift back to the stock, especially if nothing else is doing anything, because this was the last stock that went on a big time rip and a big time run. So again, I'll be looking at ISPO off on the back burner just to see if we get that volume to move in, see if we get that break over 45.69, and if so, and we have that volume, we could definitely see some big time action and some big time opportunity today with ISPO. So again, these are some prior day movers that still have great potential today, and these are my top stocks that I'm watching right out of the gate. Now, we have a couple stocks with fresh news today, but they don't really have the volume, they don't really have the movement like IMPP and like INDO. So we do have a couple other stocks that do have fresh news, fresh volume, just not the best volume compared to some other upgappers. And again, we should have these on watch, and I'm actually going to add these to the back burner. So we do have STRN. They announced a share repurchase program, so at least we do have a catalyst. There's a reason for this stock to be up from 148 to 176. And this stock does have potential to $2 and then potentially even 220, which is our 20-day EMA. All right, so right now at this point in time, we have some light support back down towards around 166. Now, if we can stay above 166 and break that pre-market high, we have a lot of potential to 2 and then 220. Again, we have some news. We just don't have the volume. We just don't have the movement. But I do not want to discredit this stock and just completely avoid it. I want to add it to the watch list as a back burner play. And let's just see if we get some volume. Let's see if we hold on up. And if we have that opportunity present itself, we're prepared. We know how high it could go. $2 and then 220. And right now, light support being right around 166 on STRN. And then lastly, for penny stocks, small cap stocks, we have CLEU. So CLEU secures $3 million private placement. So we have a catalyst. The stock is currently gapping up from 108, hitting highs of 167, all the way back down towards around 121. So right now, again, big spike gave everything back, and we just don't have the volume compared to some of these other stocks, but it still has a catalyst. It's still gapping up. It is moving, and it could move today. So again, it's not a top stock that I want to watch right out of the gate, but I do want to add that to my back burner watch list just to see if the stock has any potential today. So right now, I would like to keep this one on watch, ideally above that 50 SMA. Now that 50 SMA is right there around 113. And it's also a prior low where we had a nice little bounce right around that spiking high when we cracked below support as well. So we see support at 113. We have a big crack below. And then a couple weeks later, we pop back up and retest right around that 113. And that 113 price is right at the 50 SMA. So ideally, to show some strength with CLEU, we want to see this holding above 113. I do have an alert set. So if this stock does start breaking back above the VWAP, I'll be notified and we'll bring our attention back to it. But again, if it doesn't have any movement at this point in time, it is on the back burner. Just wait and see if we get some volume to move in. All right, so those are my top stocks for the day. Top stocks I'm watching out of the gate. We have IMPP, we have INDO, we have ISPO. These are all former movers, prior day movers that have potential once again today. Back burner, we have STRN with some fresh news and fresh volume, just not the volume compared to the other stocks that we've been talking about, but it still has potential. It's on the back burner watch list just to see if those traders move on into STRN today. And then we have CLEU, right, that we just talked about. That's another back burner stock. So let's talk about options today, guys, right? Options. Where is all of the focus and where is all of the attention right now in the market? Well, a lot of traders and a lot of that focus and attention, traders are looking at the SPY, traders are looking at the Qs, right? We have the inflation. Everybody's talking about inflation, the Fed, the uncertainty with Russia and Ukraine and sanctions and this and that. So the market's been very volatile lately. The market is definitely erratic. I still think we have more room to the downside. And I was saying I think we have more room to the downside when the stock was starting to bounce back up from 430 all the way back up into the 450s. I still think we have more room to the downside here on the SPY, and I definitely think we have more room to the downside here on the Qs. But again, we just had a 3-day big time drop on both the SPY and the Qs, right? So the SPY just dropped from around 446, hitting lows yesterday of 425. It's almost a $25 drop in just 3 days. It's common to see shorts covering positions, which causes a little bit of a pop up. It's normal to see traders come in and buy the dip off support, which is what's taking place. And it's common to see stocks bounce as they still continue their trends. I mean, we had a nice 3-day drop. We had a 2-day bounce, a 3-day drop. So again, we could see a couple green days to the upside, but bigger picture, I still think we have more room to the downside in the broader market. So with the SPY right now, we just have our levels marked up. If the SPY starts to break above yesterday's resistance from pre-market and yesterday's highs, right around that 435.14, we could see the SPY push up next towards around 438.73. And that's still a pretty decent reward, right? That's over $3 of potential profit on the SPY, just looking for a simple break and hold over yesterday's highs for that leg up towards around that 438.73 resistance. So again, I have an alert set. If we see the stock breaking up over that level and staying above that level, we have $3 of potential to the upside, which is some good profits when it comes to options. But the same thing to the downside, right? If we continue to see selling move in and we still see the SPY dropping, fading, and falling, below 430 is where I get interested. So if we start to see the SPY cracking back below 430, we could absolutely fade and fall back down to yesterday's lows of 425.86. So at this point in time, we're right in between resistance and right in between support. Not really looking to take any trades out of the gate, just looking to see where the SPY goes. Are we gonna have a nice green day up to that 438? Or are we gonna crack below 430 and drop and fade down to 425? Only time will tell. Get prepared, do your due diligence, mark up your levels, and simply just wait for the stock to give you what you want to be able to take that trade. But again, we're prepared, we're sitting back and just waiting for that opportunity to present itself. But we're definitely going to be watching the SPY. There's a lot of volatility, there's a lot of big time movement, and we can absolutely lock in some big time profits when it comes to options. Because again, we're seeing $4, $5, $6, $7, $10 price swings in single days, which is a lot of volatility when we're talking about the SPY. All right, so we're going to be watching the SPY today, right around those levels. And the same thing with the Qs, right? So the Qs right now have support down towards around 339. If we crack below that 339, we have potential to fall all the way back down towards around yesterday's lows of 334.48. Now, if the Qs start breaking above yesterday's highs, right around 344, we could see this push on up towards around 347. Again, another $3 potential, to the upside today on the Qs, right? So again, same exact thing with the Qs as the SPY. Can't really predict what's going to happen today. It's just all about getting prepared, marking up your levels, doing your due diligence, and then sitting back and waiting for the opportunity. But as soon as we get our signal for a trade, whether that's long, whether that's short, we're all set, ready to rock and roll. I'll make sure that I'm educating you guys, selecting the right options contract to take, setting those price targets, stop losses, entries, going through that entire process with you if you guys do want to take the option side of these two trades on the SPY and the Qs as well. And really quick, if I'm coughing a lot today and I'm muting the mic, it's not on you. I'm manually muting the mic. My allergies are really kicking my butt once again. And so I'm coughing a lot and I'm sniffling, and I don't want you guys hearing that. So if you're like, Josh, I lost audio, what happened? I'm manually muting the mic, guys, just so you guys know ahead of time. And then last but not least, we're watching OSTK. All right, so OSTK jumping on earnings. All right, so rising after Q4 earnings beat. Also successfully launching clearance and settlement functionality for securities transactions, OSTK. So again, we're having a nice big rip and run here in pre-market. So again, from yesterday's close of 36.45, we're currently up $1 right now in pre-market. So when we see stocks like this gapping up for news, for earnings, whatever the case is, when a stock is gapping up like this, $10 overnight, what do you think is going to take place? All right, you're probably going to see traders take some profits. Again, if I was swing trading this, if I was an investor, if I was trading this in anticipation of earnings and I see this stock is up from 36 to 47, what do you think is going to take place? Traders are going to lock in those profits. So I do expect to see this pull on back. Now, where could it pull on back to before we see those sellers become depleted and then buyers start the step back in if we have a nice big green day today, potentially on OSTK? Well, right now we have some light support right around 45 bucks. It's just psychological support. Cracking below 45, we could absolutely start to see this pull on back towards around 42 to 42.46. Those are going to be our levels of support. I do expect to see some profit taking, see a little bit of a washout back down to one of those levels, and then we have some great opportunity today here on OSTK. All right, so right now we do have $47 resistance. Over 47 bucks, we have room to 50. So if we don't see that washout, if we do not see that profit taking, and we see a gap and go, the stock opens and just breaks over those pre-market highs, we do have potential to see $50 today on OSTK. So that's what I have, guys, right? Definitely watching the SPY. That's where all of the focus is. Watching the Qs. That's where most of the focus is, right? If you guys are not wanting to trade options and we see the SPY and the Qs dumping, what can you do? You could simply look to go long on an inverse ETF. And one of my most popular inverse ETFs, right? One of my favorite and one of the most popular, would be UVXY. So again, when the SPY and the Qs are dropping, fading and falling, you'll see these inverse ETFs ripping and running to the upside. So again, if you don't like trading options, you can't afford to short the SPY or the Qs, we could simply look to go long on UVXY. That's an inverse ETF, right? And then OSTK. If you guys are just now tuning in and joining us, good morning and happy hump day. We're watching IMPP, one of the top penny stocks we're watching out of the gates. Another top penny stock we're watching out of the gates, INDO. And then our three back burners that have potential today, ISPO, STRN, CLEU. And then again for options, we're watching the SPY, keeping it simple, watching the Qs, keeping it simple, and watching OSTK. Out of the gate, my focus is going to be on these scanners, guys. I'll be looking at the high today momentum scanner, the halt scanner, breakout scanner, looking to see if we have any other stocks ripping and running. So again, we know where to put our focus for the day. If we're starting to see a lot of these back burner stocks hitting these scanners, we're prepared. We are set, ready to rock, and ready to roll. So again, if we have any questions, we have 4 minutes to go until the start of the day. We're gonna have a fun day. It's gonna be a big time profitable day, and I'm excited and I am fired up to work with each and every one of you. Catherine, what's up? Good morning. Mr. Chris, Corey, and Angel, good morning. How we all doing today? Do you guys have any stocks that you want me to check out really quick before we start our day? So TEN is acquisition. It is not worth your time on ticker TEN. They were acquired for $20 a share. 99% of the time, we will see these stocks gapping up and sitting sideways at that acquisition price. And in this case, it was 20 bucks a share. I'm liking OSTK, guys. I'm liking IMPP for penny stocks. I think this is where the focus is going to be. And this is where the best of the best opportunity will be for today. Come on, good morning. So again, if there's any stocks that you guys want me to take a peek at right now, please let me know. Another thing I want to point out, guys, right? One thing that I do want to bring up is I'm going to do this for you guys here inside of chat. So again, I'm all about wanting to help you guys find success, right? That's why I do this, right? This is why I sacrifice my own trading, and I'm not able to take advantage of all of these opportunities because, again, I want to make sure that you guys are finding these opportunities, that you guys are locking in these profits, that you're learning how to be consistent and profitable traders. And I've noticed some members reaching out and then some members in chat just struggling a little bit. We know that we're going to struggle. Every successful trader has struggled at some point in their trading career. Every successful trader has wanted to give up at some point in their trading career. It is normal. It is not just you. It happens to everybody. But again, sometimes it takes a quick conversation, someone thinking outside of the box, a different perspective for you to see things differently as well. So one thing that I want to offer to everybody inside of chat, regardless of your membership level, right? If you're a monthly and you don't get the one-on-ones, if you're a quarterly and you don't get the one-on-ones, if you just signed up and you already taken your one-on-one, I want to offer my services to everybody on me. All right, guys. So if you are interested in having a one-on-one over the next 2 weeks, I'm going to rearrange my schedule. I'm going to open up some time. And again, I want to make sure that I'm working with you guys if you're struggling and just have a conversation with you, see if we can kind of pinpoint what's going on, re-game plan, re-strategize, because I want to see each and every one of you successful. So again, on me, if you guys are interested whatsoever in a 30 to 45-minute session, I'll jump on a phone call with you, we'll have a Zoom meeting, and I want to be able to work with each and every one of you to help you get over this hump, help you get over this brick wall that you're hitting to start finding success in the market. That is my number one priority, is to make sure each and every one of you are finding success in making consistent profits. So take me up on this offer. Again, for the next 2 weeks is when I'm going to rearrange my schedule and make sure that I'm giving you guys my undivided attention, that we can work on a personal basis and get you guys to the next level in your trading career. All right, guys? So make sure you hit me up, send me an email. I'll have a new email for you guys later this afternoon, right? I get a lot of emails. I'm a lot of spam through these other email accounts that I have. So I'm going to create an exclusive email account just for members. And so I'll drop that here in the afternoon. You can send me an email there saying, yes, I'm interested in a one-on-one. We'll find a time that works best for the both of us. We'll jump on a Zoom. And again, this is something that I just want to do to try and help you guys out. And again, maybe see things in a different perspective based on a quick conversation. So you see that maybe aha moment, we can start working towards success. All right, guys. So take me up on that offer for the next 2 weeks. I'm going to make it happen for each and every one of you if you guys want that. All right, we got 20 seconds to go. Let's make it happen. Let's have a fun day, and let's have a profitable day, traders. And I do have MULN on watch as well. MULN on watch. We've had a lot of increasing volume along the way down. We are gapping up. I do have an alert set for over the pre-market highs, because if we start to see that break those pre-market highs, we could absolutely see some action today with MULN. So I do have an alert set right now on ticker MULN. Whoa, my bad, guys. The scanners just went away. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. We are all set, ready to rock, ready to roll. All right, so. There's INDO right out of the gate. Again, IMPP has that support back down at $1. If it does crack $1, we could see it come back down towards around this uptrend. But ideally, breaking and holding over that 107, I like that. Again, we talked about that here in pre-market as far as why I like a break and hold over 107, even if it's not a break and hold over 114 pre-market highs. Simply breaking and holding above 107 shows strength, and we do have some potential there, guys. So right now we're watching IMPP to see what takes place right around this 107. Quick big pop over on INDO up towards around that 803 mark. Support right now is still going to be back down towards around that 727 to 730 mark. Look at that, guys. STRN right at the open. Came down 166, quick little pop. So we're watching STRN still right around that 166. All right, guys. So right now, high watch, IMPP. All right. So again, we just broke 107. If we get a nice retest of 107 and we start to see this breaking over these highs right around 110, we'd be looking for the pop up towards around 114 and then that break over those pre-market highs towards around 125 next here on IMPP. And again, IMPP has a lot of great potential, guys, for a break over those pre-market highs. So again, Over 107, quick pullback, quick retest. We're only 3 minutes to the start of the day, guys. We're only 3 minutes in. So let's see if we're going to hold above that 107, get a nice little break over that 110 for the pop-up over 114 here on IMPP. Again, IMPP has a lot of great potential. Over that 114, we have room to 125. Over 125, we could absolutely see 147 and then 150 here on IMPP. Get about 13,000 shares, 20,000 shares at 107. Trying to hold this stock up right around 107. So we have STRN on the move, right off 166, nice little bounce, 182. Over 182, you have potential to $2, and then over $2, room to 216 on STRN. Again, I'm still watching IMPP. We're definitely watching STRN here. So right now we did have the break over 107, quick little pullback, nice little bounce. The only thing I don't want to do is jump in right here and this be a little bit of a short-term double top and we see it fade all the way back down to $1, but it still has potential. It was a great momentum trade yesterday. It was pretty consistent yesterday on IMPP and it had, you know, some pretty nice moves. So definitely right now, one of the top stocks I want to keep on watch is IMPP. How's CLEU doing? Nothing right now. STRN's looking pretty good, guys. I definitely want to keep that one on high watch. I'm still watching IMPP. I'm watching the high day momentum scanner, looking at our breakout scanner, just looking to see if anything starts hitting these scanners so we have an idea of where traders are going. And right now, it's clear that everybody's running on over to STRN. But again, this stock just went from 166 to 180 without really having a decent pullback. So I'd expect to see this hit 182, pull back, and then potentially set up for an upcoming trade. So right now, still sitting back. Yeah, SPCE right now is breaking on out. Virgin Galactic stock rises after narrower Q4 loss. First sales. Beth coming in clutch with SPCE. So SPCE, guys, you'd have resistance right there at 915. A little bit of resistance right there at 890. Again, this stock just went from $8 all the way up towards around 888 without pulling back. Let's wait for SPCE to pull on back. You could definitely see some light support right around 850. So I'm going to give IMPP a go here to see if we get that break over those pre-market highs. Right, nice pop on up. It's just been kind of consolidating over the past, 6 to 7 minutes above 105, resistance at 111. But right now we can see those buyers are definitely fighting to try and get that break over those pre-market highs of 114. Right now, you do have a decent amount of buying starting to move on in here to IMPP. It's definitely fighting to get that break over that 111. And again, we could absolutely see 114. But honestly, if we get this big break over this 111, 112, I would expect to see a quick little pop over 114 and maybe just start to see this get pushed on up towards around 125. So I have a position right now on IMPP, and I'm just looking for that quick break up towards around 114 to 115. Maybe lock in a little bit of profits, but also see if we get that big time break and just see if it squeezes up to 120 and then 125. There's 115, guys. Let's lock in a little bit there at 115. You got to be smart with it. Let's lock in a little bit there. Had that quick little spike on up. Let's see if we can continue to see these buyers move on in and continue to push this up over that 115 level. So right now I still have a 3/4 of my position. I'm still holding 75% of my position. I locked in 25% right there at 115. Cost basis is 110. All right, guys, so again, I jumped in. I was scaling in with 2,500 shares each. I do have 7,500 shares. Cost basis of 110. Right now, I'm pretty much break even on the trade, and we're just looking to see if this stock can continue to get these buyers and start to see if we can get that rip and run on up. Right now, if we start dipping back below 107, I'm just going to simply cut it and walk away from it. So not that break and not that big time rip and run up to that 120, 125 that I was kind of expecting to see once we get that volume break over those pre-market highs. So right now I'm still being patient, looking to see if we can get that push on up. But right now, definitely not liking the price action, guys. But I am still in, and right now we're down about 1 cent per share. A lot of big orders right there at 110. Got a lot of big orders right there at 109 as well. You got about 40,000 shares at 109. You got about 20,000 shares at 110. So let's see who's going to win. Right now, sellers are coming in strong, hitting the bid, taking all of those orders out. We're starting to see it drop on down a little bit. And I'm just kind of cutting out. I'm just getting out. We didn't see that break, that big time push that we were wanting to see. So again, I'm going to go ahead and just start scaling out of this. Yeah, definitely not liking the price action. So we'll come back to it. We'll see if it still has potential, guys. Small little paper cut. Definitely worth giving it a go, but not that big time break that we were looking for there. So let's get SPCE. Maybe a pullback down towards around 850 on SPCE. Yeah, not a bad little move on SPCE from $8 to $8.93. What we can do as well here, guys, is just go ahead and draw a fib from that low up to the high. And so what we have here is we have that doji candle, right? Yesterday's lesson was on dojis. And when we see dojis in the middle of trends, it's an indication of a continuation. We saw a nice little hammer doji right there around 850, right? When we see these pullbacks, these dojis like to hold on up as levels of support. So again, we have a doji in the middle of an uptrend. That was an indication of a continuation, number one. Number two, when we start to see those pullbacks, those dojis like to hold a support. Number three, it's a 50% retracement right around that doji level. And then number four, it's 850 psychological support as well. So if we do see this come on down and bounce at 850, definitely looking for a possible trade there on SPCE. We got on the SPY. SPY kind of choppy sideways out of the gates. The Qs choppy and sideways out of the gates. OSTK again opened on up. Quick little pullback, nice break over the open. So right now your support level, if you're looking for a position or to possibly get involved with OSTK, you want to see this pull on back and hold above 47, right? It was the open number 1, it's the VWAP number 2, and $47 was right around that 20 EMA. So $47 is the best level of support right now for OSTK, and you do have potential back up to 50. We're simply just looking for a nice pullback to that 850 mark, ideally on SPCE. So you got a really ugly and very choppy flag on INDO, but you kind of see it was flagging there for a moment. You had that rip on up in pre-market. You had this really nice tight consolidation. It was looking like it was going to be a potential flag, but again, it was very choppy, very ugly. And again, we're starting to drop on off now on INDO. So again, some of these penny stocks really aren't doing too much. IMPP's not doing a lot. INDO. Again, we have ISPO as a back burner. Definitely watching STRN. Again, STRN needs to get a clean break and hold over that 182 in order for us to get that nice move to $2. And then CLEU, we can take that off the watch list. So right now, let's just shift our attention over to SPCE at this point in time, guys. And as you guys can see, I'm currently down on the day about 240. Yeah, I just like being transparent with you guys. If I take a trade, I want you guys to know I'm in the trade. What's my position? What's my stop loss? What was my reasoning? And again, was it a winner? Was it a loser? So IMPP, I jumped in at 110. We got a quick little 5-cent spike. I locked in some profits. I just didn't lock in enough as I was expecting that 115 break for that nice rip up to 120 and 125. So could have been profitable if I would have completely closed the position, but again, locked in a little bit for a small profit, cut the rest below that 110 level, and again on 10,000 shares is a very small loss. I lost 2 cents a share on IMPP. So again, STRN has a lot of decent volume, guys. STRN with a lot of decent volume, and we are back above that 181 on STRN at this point in time, guys. So again, we have some nice volume, nice pullback into that prior high, 179, nice bounce. It's holding that 9 EMA. Again, STRN has room to $2. So again, team, STRN does have some nice room up towards around $2 here. Support, 179. Ideally, wanting to see this stay above that 181 to 182 and get a nice big momentum push for the high day break and then for that nice rip up to $2 here on STRN. So let's see if this stock can hold on up above that 179, 181 level and just see a nice simple break on up over 189 to $2. So right now, 1 trade on the day. That is it. 1 trade. And at this point in time, I'm just simply sitting back. I'm relaxed. I'm just looking for the best opportunity. Also this afternoon, I will be averaging into some of my positions. I'll be averaging into Roblox. I'll be averaging into SoFi today, right? Dollar cost averaging in. These are some long-term plays. So again, I'll definitely be looking to add to my Roblox position. I'll be doing that today over the stream. SOFI and maybe even ROKU. Right now, STRN not really doing a whole lot. SPCE, I mean, it's 50-50. Could this be a nice momentum trade off the 9 EMA? It very well could be. But I still see support, better support, back down at that 850 mark. So that's where I would personally like to get involved with SPCE, because that's a nice low entry, low risk, good reward. But again, we did just pull back towards around that 38.2 fib, and we did really grind that 9 EMA here. All right, here's STRN, guys. STRN at this point in time, high watch for the break on out. Nice volume, nice push off the VWAP there, back above the 9 EMA. That right there with volume definitely shows strength to be a nice little momentum play for that break on over the intraday high of 189 for that leg up to $2. So right now, high watch, STRN, baby, for that nice little break on out. Came on down the 179, nice little volume bounce, nice quick push towards the end. We just want to see buyers push this up over 190 now here on STRN. Want to see that nice big break over 190. Just clean and easy. Clean and easy, 190 to $2. Got 187 on the bid, 188 on the ask. A lot of selling right now, though, on STRN. A lot of selling right there around 190. So still keeping this one on watch. Nice big break, nice big rip and run. Again, nice little 10 to 12 cent move there on STRN. So right now, guys, I'm watching STRN to see if we're going to hold that 9 EMA still and see if buyers still have some oomph left in them for that run up towards around $2. Right now, bottom support right around 179 here on STRN. Watch ISPO, guys. ISPO is on high watch, right? ISPO is starting to get a little bit of volume. I mean, nothing crazy, right? Nothing crazy, but it's slowly creeping on up. And this is one of those back burner sleeper plays that could really take on off. So again, watch this over 40 up towards around 42. We start breaking those levels, we could definitely start to see that rip and run up towards around 45.69. Over 45.69. You could see $50 and then $70 here on ISPO. So definitely watch this one. Back burner sleeper play at this point in time. Keep INDO. It's trying to find a double bottom right here at that 727 mark. So again, we're just watching INDO. Nothing there yet. Still watching IMPP. Nothing there yet. Just watching ISPO. Nothing there yet. And it looks like SPCE was the momentum trade. Again, we have room to 915 next over on SPCE, guys. And right now, actually, you can see it up toward around 916 on SPCE. So I was just a little 50-50 with SPCE. We noticed really good validated support down towards around 850. We had multiple separate reasons. But here along this 9 EMA, we had one reason. And that one reason to even think about entering a trade was based on, hey, this could be a momentum play, right? Nice big rip up, nice pullback, a momentum trade off the 9 EMA for that next leg up. And that's exactly what it was. But I was simply 50-50 with SPCE, because if I would have jumped in here, support was all the way back down to 850. And I just couldn't seem to get my head around the risk to reward, right? I was looking to make maybe 20 cents, but the risk was going to exceed 25 cents. So right there at that point in time, just wasn't the best risk to reward. And again, I was 50-50 as I saw potential back down to 850. So again, missing that trade on SPCE, but we're only 23 minutes into the day. So it's still early. There's still a lot of opportunity and a lot of potential, guys. All right, watch the cues, guys. The cues just now hitting that 339 level. So again, 339.13 was our level of resistance, or I'm sorry, support here on the cues. All right, so right now, if we start really cracking on down below that 339.13, look for a quick bounce back up for the retest. You could absolutely look to short the cues down towards around that 334.48. So again, what you would want to see is a little something like this on the cues, right? You do not want to try and chase the short position. You don't want to try and enter the short right here because it could bounce right on up and you're just going to take an unnecessary loss. But again, if we really do start to crack on down here below that 339.13 and we see a nice little bounce back up and a retest of old support as new resistance, that's when you can get involved for that next leg down. Once again, we have potential to see the cues down towards around 334.48. So watching the cues around that level here to see what takes place over the next couple of minutes. IMPP right now is just not doing a whole lot, just kind of chopping around. INDO, nice little double bottom off that 727. But this stock is pretty choppy over the first, 25 minutes. Definitely really choppy. So if you are trading INDO, this is going to be one of those stocks that you just got to jump in and get out and lock in those profits quick. As again, this thing is just a little on the choppier side. Last thing I want you guys doing is jumping in, holding on just a little too long, and seeing a potential drop and a potential fade and fall there. I'm still all over STRN, guys. Right now, one of my top watches is going to be STRN for these higher lows to continue to build for that break on out over the high a day of 191 up to $2. Support right now is back down towards around 179. So again, guys, this is why we do not want to chase a short. We had 339.13 support marked up. Again, a lot of shorts are chasing this below support just to get squeezed out here. What we want to do is wait for our levels to crack, right? Support's going to crack. Let it actually crack. Let it drop, let it fade, let it fall. And then wait for the bounce back up for the retest. That's probably one of the safer entries you can get to the short side when you do see stocks cracking below levels of support. So again, we had no reason to get long, or I'm sorry, to get short on the cues. So right now we're just kind of sitting back, relaxed, waiting to see what takes place right around this 339.13. So if you're looking to scalp SPCE, at this point in time, this is where you'd be looking to make entries for that quick pop back up to 906. So again, you got a break over these prior highs, so prior resistance, nice clean break, nice healthy pullback right back into this 9 EMA, as well as that prior high at 886. So again, break on out, nice little pullback, make your quick entry, and look to scalp this back up to the prior high of 906. So again, you could be looking to simply scalp and play this momentum here with SPCE. But again, your entry would have been down here around those highs. So your entry would have been like 886. I know it's only about, 7 cents, but hey, 7 cents is 7 cents. So the ideal entry would have been right when it pulled back, retested that prior high for that quick pop on up, potentially to retest the high of 906. Anything over 906 on SPCE, if you guys are currently long, you do have room to 916. Again, IMPP, right now, we're just kind of still sitting back, relaxed, and waiting to see if IMPP is going to get that volume to really start moving back in for that nice rip up towards around 125. Again, with INDO, if you guys are looking to trade this stock, you just have to look for the best of the best entry, obviously, but look to lock in profits just a little bit quicker. Don't look for those big time rips and runs. Make your entry, lock in some quick profits. If you want to leave a runner, definitely do that, but leave your runner with a stop at break even, just in case we continue to see this choppiness and we continue to see INDO to the downside, because we are so far today in just a little bit of this downtrend. So I'm just still long on STRN, guys. I like STRN. It has potential to 2. I did not make a re-entry on IMPP. I have not entered yet on INDO. I haven't seen anything yet. The only thing that I currently have going on is the STRN position, looking for this stock to pop on up towards around that $2 level. So right now, there's definitely some movement, guys, right? There are some stocks moving. STRN, not a bad move from 166 up to 191. INDO, right? It's moving, right? There's some action here, but again, it's very choppy and it's pretty challenging to be trading a stock like INDO. And then IMPP has just been a little choppy as well. It had a few attempts for that break on out, but again, it just sat pretty choppy for the first 30 minutes. So right now at this point in time, yes, there's a lot of stocks moving, but there's no like solid A+ opportunities. Again, I've just been more or less sitting back, observing, just looking to see where the best setup is so I can get my one great trade for the day. And it could very well be IMPP. You just want to, wait to see this break and hold 115 first. Last thing I want to do is jump in for the high day breakout and watch it come all the way back down towards around 103. So right now, STRN tried to get that go. Quick little new high a day, and then a lot of selling moving right on in. And now we're starting to see a big old drop here on ticker STRN. So a lot of these stocks showing a lot of great potential, and we see the potential, right? We see the attempt. We see the attempt to move higher for these breakouts. But again, there's a lot of selling right now. and really holding a lot of these stocks down from actually getting those nice big rips and runs. So right now we're just looking for the break and hold over the high a day on IMPP. Looking to see if INDO is actually going to hold on up versus trying to jump in here and watch a potential big rug pull and a big old drop on back down. Support is still 727 on INDO. And ISPO is starting to pick on up here, guys. So high watch ISPO right now, starting to get that action, starting to really pick on up. This could get very exciting and very interesting over 45.69 here on ISPO, guys. So high watch right now is ISPO. Again, ISPO breaking over 45.69. That's where I expect to see this thing really start taking on off. Again, we're just watching IMPP as well, guys. We're just in observation mode right now. Again, we see a lot of resistance on IMPP right around that 114 to 115. And this is what I'm noticing in the market. Stocks are trying to break out. Stocks are trying to get that move higher. But there's a lot of selling pressure with a lot of these stocks today. Look at IMPP. Traders rushing in for the high day breakout. Nasty rug pull, guys. And that's what I'm kind of just being cautious of. That's what I'm being mindful of is we see a lot of resistance. We see a lot of potential breakouts, a lot of attempts to get that move higher. But we see a lot of rejections. Right when it starts breaking out, right when it has volume, it's immediately getting slammed on back down. So again, that's why we're sitting back and waiting to wait for a stock to prove itself, right? The last thing I want to do is be the guinea pig. I don't want to be the guinea pig and be a buyer at 116, 117 on IMPP when I'm seeing more selling versus buying. So again, sit back, wait for these levels to actually break. Wait for these levels of resistance to turn into support. Wait for the confirmation you need to be like, all right, I'm confident that this is a good trade, that we could absolutely start to see this move higher. Do not be the guinea pig. Do not try and chase these stocks for these high day breakouts, because right now we're not seeing these breaks and these rips and runs to the upside. So again, IMPP, you got to be very patient, and that's why I'm being very patient with INDO, right? I know it's moving up, stair-stepping its way up, but the last thing I want to do is jump on in for a break on out over 830, and see a big nasty rug pull. So I don't want to be the guinea pig with these penny stocks. I want to sit back, be patient, and wait for a stock to prove itself. And once I see the first stock prove itself, now I'm excited, now I'm confident, now I'm ready to go. Beautiful bounce at 850, guys. If you guys were watching SPCE, nice little 16-cent bounce right off that 850 level. So you guys were taking that bounce for a quick dip buy opportunity. Good job and congratulations, traders. That was a nice little 16-cent pop right off that 850 level. Pretty much to the penny. I mean, to the penny. 850 to the penny. Nice little 15-cent bounce. So again, IMPP is just a little all over the place. INDO, again, guys, I just don't want to be the guinea pig. What we're seeing across the board with penny stocks is a lot of false attempts to move higher, a lot of nasty rug pulls, and again, that's pretty consistent across the board. So again, I don't want to even be the guinea pig with a ticker like INDO, just in case it looks great. We start to see that attempt, and then a big nasty rug pull. We saw that with STRN. We saw that with IMPP. So again, we really don't have that consistency across the board for me to really feel confident with jumping into anything right now at this point in time. So right now we're really starting to see the SPY fade and fall, getting very close to that level of support. And same thing with the Qs, guys. Really starting to get that nice big fade and fall here. So we may be shifting our attention 100% just right on over to the SPY and right on over to the Qs versus these penny stocks that right now aren't really doing too much. We still have them on watch. We're still going to be looking at them. But right now, that's not where the opportunity is. The opportunity, let's just put our focus here on the SPY and the Qs, guys. Again, right now, we are approaching yesterday's close on the SPY. And yesterday's close on the SPY was 429.53. So we're looking for a crack below yesterday's close, a retest of resistance, and then looking for that next leg down. We do have potential down to 428, 427.16, and then yesterday's low right around 425.77 here on the SPY. So again, guys, what are you currently looking at? Is there a stock that you're looking at that we're not discussing at this point in time? Please let me know. Again, I want to make sure that we are reviewing everything, and to make sure that, again, if you're looking at a different stock and you need some help, you need me to review it, definitely let me know, and we can take this time to review those stocks as well. We're just still watching the SPY, and our focus is on the Qs as well, guys. Yeah, really not a lot happening with penny stock land, right? IMPP, a few attempts. INDO, slowly stair-stepping its way up. ISPO just doesn't have the attention yet, and it could see the attention. Then STRN just starting to fade and fall. So this is what I'm going to be looking for here on the SPY, guys. If you guys are curious as to far as what I'm currently looking at as far as the SPY goes, there's a couple things, right? I don't know if I really want to chase calls right here off support because we have a very strong downtrend. The trend is your friend, and I want to play the trend. So again, we have a nice solid downtrend on the SPY. Yes, we are losing some momentum to the downside, but what I'm looking for is either a proper reversal to enter some calls off support on the SPY, or B, looking to see the SPY crack below that level of support, bounce back up, and retest it as resistance. That's where I'd be looking to make my short entry for the next leg down, and that's the ideal trade because I'd be trading with the trend, and the trend right now is down. So ideally, cracking below support, retesting support as resistance, looking to make my short entry for the next leg down for the continuation in trend. If that doesn't happen, we need to sit back and wait for a proper reversal, right? You want to see it, just again, nice little double bottom or a higher low and start to build back on up with higher highs and higher lows. That's when we, okay, right? We've reversed in trend. We went from a downtrend. Now we're starting to reverse into an uptrend. When we see that take place, then and only then could we consider calls off that reversal. But right now at this point in time, we're just sitting back and waiting to see what happens here on the SPY. Beautiful bounce. Yo, guys, even if you missed the first bounce of 850, you had another attempt there on 850 to get that entry, and that was a much better entry. Right now, up 35 cents from the 848 dip buy opportunity there on SPCE. So good job, team. You guys are grabbing SPCE. Good job and good work. Right now, you do have room back up towards around that 886. Breaking 886, you could absolutely see this back up towards around 906 on SPCE. So what's up with CPTN? CPTN is hitting the alt scanner. CPTN. What do we got going on here? So we have Maxim Group initiating coverage on CPTN with a $22 price target. And this is one of those stocks that had gone from 10 bucks, ripped all the way to 80 bucks, just like ISPO. So let's watch CPTN just to see if it gets any kind of action here. Again, couple halts to the upside, starting to pull on back. Let's simply sit back and wait to see if CPTN does find a level of support, hold on up for a potential leg higher. Ideally over 20 bucks. That's when we could see a lot of volume really start to move on in here. CPTN. So we're going to watch CPTN just to see if there's any potential here. Reminds me of ISPO. And again, we do have a reason for the stock to be moving. Again, Maxim Group initiating coverage with a $22 price target. And still just waiting for the SPY, guys. I want to see the SPY cracking on down below 429.53 and then seeing that level of support turn into resistance. If that takes place, we're definitely looking to short the SPY, definitely looking to get in on some puts. However, if we do start to see a reversal here, then you'd be looking for some calls. Okay, so puts, you do have potential back down towards around 428, 427.14, and then yesterday's lows right around that 426. So again, you do have potential to get about, I would say, $3-ish to the downside if we make it all the way back down towards around yesterday's lows here on the SPY. If you guys were looking for puts, and if we do see this set up for those puts, which ones would we be grabbing? So I lost all of my settings. All of my settings here on TOS because, again, I had to reset my computer over the weekend. So let's make sure that we have the, we got the bid and the ask, we got the delta, the theta. Got the volume and the implied volatility. So I would suggest you guys, if you guys were looking at those puts and you're looking for something under $1 that still has good volume and a good high open interest, the 425 puts that expire today. So again, if we see the short opportunity, we get the confirmation, we get the validation, everything that we need to see to enter those potential puts, that short position on the SPY. My recommendation would simply be going with a 425 put. They're 55 cents each, so they're cheap. Again, they have a decent delta at 18, but the biggest thing is, again, they have a high open interest and high volume. Now, again, if you have a larger account, ideally, I would be going with a 428 put, right? They're a little bit more expensive. They're about, $1-ish, not about 70 cents more expensive than the 425s, but either one would be the best strike to go with, either a 428 strike or a 425 strike. And right now, it's looking like we may start to see that big old crack. Then we just got to wait for the retest. If we get that push back up for the retest, we can definitely look to enter those puts. And again, you're looking at a 428 strike or a 425 strike. CPTN still currently halted. STRN trying to see if it reverses here. ISPO, not a lot. INDO, really just kind of sitting sideways, guys. And then IMPP, not doing a lot. The only thing that I'm seeing right now, as far as a trade coming on up, could potentially be INDO for a very choppy, right? Very choppy stock, but you do have this slight downtrend. You could absolutely see that break for that pushback up towards around $8. But here's my thing. Even if it starts breaking the downtrend, guys, 780 entries, you'd have to look to lock in some profits around 8. Where are your stops? Ideally under the prior low, right? That's about 35 cents away. So the risk to reward just isn't there for me to get really excited about a trade on INDO. And then on top of that, very choppy stock. And then additionally, the penny stock market being very slow and not really seeing those breaks and these rips and runs and these setups actually working on out. So again, I definitely don't like the risk to reward. I definitely think I'd be in the guinea pig here. But overall, you do have a setup and we could absolutely start to see that volume move back in. Again, up towards around 803, maybe even 832 here on INDO. So again, right now, I know there's some things moving, but at the end of the day, there's definitely not an abundance of A+ opportunity. You got to be quick to jump in, lock in those profits. Again, the only thing that was really clean, that was really perfect at the end of the day was SPCE, right? Very patient, having to be very, very patient here. But again, you had two opportunities to catch that dip buy right around 850, and that was a rewarding trade. That was the only thing that I've seen at this point in time that has given us a very clean, really solid setup. Again, we're still sitting back waiting on the SPY, looking to see if CPTN has any juice left in it. Watching STRN to see if this one is going to possibly start to move up higher. But again, the chart looks terrible. Looking to see if ISPO can get some volume. And INDO worked on out, guys. Nice little break of the downtrend. Quick little pop up, about 20 cents there. And these days are tough, guys, right? We do not have stocks ripping and running left and right. There was some opportunity, but it's not the best opportunity, right? Definitely not A plus, good 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward setups, not choppy, clean and consistent. We're definitely not seeing the ideal market conditions to be aggressive today, right? To really start scaling on up. But there is some opportunity, but you got to be locking in those profits quick. As again, just when you start to see a stock ripping on up, starting to get some action and start moving, moments later, 90% of these stocks are starting to roll on over, fading and falling. So if you see the opportunity, you got to jump in quick. If you start to see that move, lock in those profits quick as well, and make sure you're putting yourself in a position to always get paid. Always lock in those profits. So again, we've already looked at IMPP. Not really missing anything there. SKIN. Nice big rip out of the gate. Really just been sitting sideways. Even if it breaks over the intraday high of 716, you're going to find resistance right around 1750, which is your 50 SMA. So not a lot of opportunity with SKIN. And again, it was just DA Davidson maintaining a buy, but also raising the price target to 35 on SKIN. Here we go. Now we have some opportunity, guys. All right, so this is what we want to see here, okay? You do not ideally want to chase the shorts, right? The last thing you want to see the SPY do is falsely break below support and then rebound and rip on up, and you take an unnecessary loss. What you want to see for a perfect A+ setup, you have your support level drawn up. We're starting to see that crack. You want to see the crack of support on higher volume. We're seeing that. And you want to see a little bit of a bounce back on up. Maybe 2 or 3 candles, 2 to 3 minutes. Bounce back up to prior support. Hold as resistance. And then look to make your entry for the next leg down. A little bit safer this way. You get the validation that you need. And again, you really increase your odds of 60-40 opportunity, like a 60-40 setup, to an 80-20 setup. And again, if we get that pop back on up, right? We see that bounce, we see that retracement, maybe 2 or 3 candles. Maybe it's a 2 to 3-legged pullback. And when we see that bounce and that possible retracement, we want to see that retracement and that bounce occur on less buying volume. So if we do see those 2 to 3 candles push back up into prior support and we see it holding as new resistance, we want to see the volume decrease along the way up to really get that confirmation that that's a good trade for that next leg down. So just sitting back, being patient. I mean, these days are pretty challenging, guys, right? You're sitting back, your hands are purple, having to be extremely patient, wait for the best setups, wait for the best trades. Again, these days are pretty challenging, right? Because you're just sitting back and there's not an abundance of opportunity. So right now, again, I'm just still kind of sitting back, waiting to see where the best trade's at. And again, sometimes the best trade is no trade whatsoever. So do you guys have any questions or comments right now at this point in time? I know it's a little bit on the slower side. There's definitely some opportunity, but we got to wait for the opportunity to present itself. Do you guys want to be trading 60-40 setups? Or do you guys want to be looking for those A-plus 80-20 setups? Hey, I'm looking for the great trade, the one great trade, that one fantastic 80-20 setup. And right now, we really haven't seen a lot of those. The only one was really SPCE. We identified 850 support, 4 to 5 separate reasons. That was a great trade. So if you guys were locking in some great profits on SPCE, good job. If you missed SPCE like myself and you're sitting on the sidelines, hey, part of the game, guys, right? You're not going to be able to trade every single day. Not every single day is there really going to be a great opportunity. And if you're not seeing the opportunity in the market conditions that you need to see for your edge to really work, it's okay to sit on the sidelines. It's okay to just sit back and watch and observe and really just be patient. Always use your time wisely as well. If you're like, man, I'm bored, not really seeing the trades that I want to take today, what could you be doing? Well, you could definitely be diving into the video lessons library and studying up. This is a perfect time to be diving into the video lessons library, to be refreshing yourself on former lessons or brand new lessons and learning something new today. So let's see if we can get that bounce back on up on the SPY, ideally back into yesterday's close. So right around like 429.50, 429.55, somewhere around that level. But it may not make it all the way back up. I honestly was not expecting to see the SPY crack support and come down to the first target. I was expecting to see that initial crack, maybe 2 to 3 candles down, and then get the bounce back up. But it already made a pretty decent move, about, you know, $1.50 there to the downside. Someone let the SPY and the Qs know they forgot me. Come back so I can get my entry. Yeah, same thing, right? Again, in these market conditions, not wanting to be the guinea pig across the board. Again, there's a lot of uncertainty. We've been noticing a lot of choppiness with the SPY and the Qs over the last 4 days. So I want to wait for those really good setups, just the proper setups. And that retest would have been the proper A-plus setup to take. But again, there's just a lot of momentum right now, and we're just seeing, you know, sellers just continue to pull this down and down and down. But again, it's all about patience, guys. Sometimes our best trades come at 11 o'clock. Sometimes our one great trade comes closer to the end of the day. So if you're not seeing the setups that you like to see, that you feel confident with trading, sit back on the sidelines. And that's really what I'm doing, guys, is I'm kind of just sitting back now for the most part on the sidelines, waiting to see what opportunity presents itself. Is it going to be the SPY? Are we going to see that bounce back up? Are we going to hit that level of support and it turn into resistance for a great short opportunity, right? We don't know, only time will tell. But once we see the opportunity, we're prepared. We're ready to rock and roll. We're ready to make those profits. I know as traders, we want to make money quick, all right? We want to come in, lock in those quick profits, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Again, I love coming in, seeing those opportunities, getting those quick early morning profits and calling it a day. But not every day are we going to see what we need to see to get those quick early morning profits. Now, IMPP had a lot of great potential out of the gate, but since we've opened the last hour, really just been sitting sideways. You know, INDO was very choppy out of the gate. There was not a lot of great opportunity here on INDO. And the only decent opportunity that we've even seen with INDO is number one, this quick double bottom. Number two, the break of the downtrend. But again, 3 minutes later, boom, starting to sell on off once again. ISPO, still just kind of watching this to see if it does get that volume. STRN, we can take that off the watch list. That one's fading and falling. And we will continue to watch CPTN just to see if it does get any action. But right now, my main focus is, the SPY and the Qs. Just looking for the best setup, the best opportunity, guys. And then take this from Matt, right? Matt's been trading for a very long time, 10 plus years. He hasn't even traded this week, right? Yesterday, no trades. Today, no trades. Why is that? Because he's not seeing the types of setups that work for his trading approach, that work for his strategy. And he knows that, hey, if he's forcing trades, just trying to make something happen, it's inevitable. You're going to take unnecessary losses. So why take a loss? The market's going to be here tomorrow. The market's going to be here Friday. The market's going to be here next week. The opportunities will be there, right? We will find our ideal setups. We will make those great profits. But again, the last thing you want to do is just be trading the trade, digging yourself a big hole, and then great trade, great trade, great trade, all of these great opportunities. And then you look down at the end of the month, oh, I'm break even. Why am I break even, right? Last week was great. Oh, I over traded and I traded really bad sloppy setups the week prior to where all I was doing when I had the good setups was digging myself out of a hole. The last thing you want to be doing is battling back, digging yourselves out of holes, right? Especially when you have those good weeks, those good trades. You want to be able to just add on top of that green, not dig yourself out of that hole. So right now, watching the SPY, you guys know me, I trade equities, right? So I would not be looking to go short on the SPY. I'd be looking to go long on UVXY. So again, if the SPY pops up to this level of possible resistance and we see it get rejected and fade back down, that would bring UVXY back down towards around 1675. If we see the SPY push on up, get rejected, and move back down the low a day, we could see a possible about 40 to 50 cent move on UVXY. So that's where my focus is going to be UVXY going long on that inverse ETF versus going short on the SPY. But again, we talked to you guys about which options are ideal to take, right? It's either going to be the 425 or the 428 put if we get this setup, right? And you'd be looking to gain about $1.50 a profit. So what's half of $1.50? 75 cents. You'd have to have a 75-cent stop loss. Is that too tight? It's actually not. 75-cent stop loss puts you over this prior high. So if we continue to put in these lower highs, we hit this downtrend and that level of resistance, you could absolutely put a stop loss 75 cents up right over that prior high. That's a perfect stop loss. And again, if you're risking 75 cents, can you make $1.50? Well, if you get filled right around 429.50, where's your target? Low of day, 428. So you're looking to make about $1.50 a share, and a 75-cent stop loss is actually perfect for this trade. So coming into it, it'd be an 80-20 setup, great risk reward. We have multiple separate reasons looking for a short. Again, right now, as long as we see that downtrend, hold the SPY down, old support, turns into new resistance. We're trading the trend, right? The trend is your friend. It's to the downside. We're looking for a short opportunity. I think this could be a very good opportunity coming on up, and that's what I'm looking for next. Is going to be here on the SPY. What stock is that? Owen, what stock are you talking about? That's for SPCE. Gotcha. So Owen, SPCE, still holding. Where's your target? 916. Right? You got really close to 916, guys. You hit 910. I mean, you're 5-6 cents away. Why is 916 going to be the target? Well, that's going to be the 20 EMA. And we know that we're going to see some selling right around that 20 EMA. So that would be a great target there, Owen, for SPCE. Would be right around that 916, but you came pretty darn close already. So I'd be looking to lock in profits right around that level of resistance, which is the 20 EMA, right around 916 to 917. But right now, we're watching the SPY. I'm watching the SPY, looking to see if we get rejected here. Again, we had a lot of volume increasing along the sell-off. And right here, we don't really have aggressive buying along this retracement. Right into the downtrend, right into that prior level of support acting as resistance. So right now, I'm definitely considering an entry on UVXY as I'm expecting to see the SPY curl back over and start fading and falling here. So again, I'm just watching the SPY right around this 429 level. So I want to come back over to SPCE real quick. So if SPCE can break over that 916, guys, where is your next level of resistance? All right, you're going to be looking SPCE up towards around 945 and then 950. Is IMPP moving now? All right, it took forever. An hour and 10 minutes to finally see that break on out here on IMPP, but now it's breaking out. Great volume, and she's moving on up. So just broke from around 112 to 125. That was our target. Let's wait for this bad boy to pull on back for us. Let's wait for this bad boy to pull on back. Let's get a nice entry off the pullback. We do have room to 147. But again, for right now at this point in time, because we have an opportunity right in front of us, I'm watching the SPY, I'm watching UVXY, guys. This was the trade opportunity that we were waiting for, right? We knew the area that we were going to get filled. We know our stop loss. We know our target. Again, if you start to see something you don't like, let's say it starts forming a higher low, you start to see a lot of buying volume moving in, you do not have to hold this up to your stop loss. You could look to go ahead and lock in profits now, right? You're up about $1 a share. You could bring your stop loss down to break even just to prevent a loss, just in case we see a higher low followed by a break of the downtrend. You can always kind of just change your plan a little bit, especially if it's going to benefit you and, again, reduce your losses. But we're still looking good right now on the SPY. Want to continue to see this get pulled down below 428.50. We could absolutely see this back down at low a day, which is right around 428 here on the SPY. Again, if you guys are looking to trade IMPP, what do we know about penny stocks or any stocks in general, right? A stock that moves up more than 25 to 50 cents, we're not chasing the stock unless we see it pull back. Well, this is the cheap stock, so obviously 25 to 50 cents is a big move. We see stocks like this around $1, right? It moves more than 5 to 10 cents to the upside without pulling back. You do not want to chase this. Again, the stock just ran from 112 all the way to 126 without pulling back. Wait for the stock to pull back. wait for the entry near support, then look for the next leg on up. How much lower is the SPY going to go? We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. We shall see. So right now you got a little over $1 per share on the SPY. If you guys were taking those contracts, right, and it had a 30 delta, that means you're locking in right now about $30 per contract. Not bad. We said the 428s, right? The 428s were about $1.30 for the price of those. Right now, these are up substantially, right? Those were around $1.30 to $1.40 when we were making those entries to the short side with those puts. Those are now up $50 to $60 a piece. Again, not a bad return on one contract. Corey, baby step in the day. Hey, it's all good. Scale back, understand the market we're in, know when to be aggressive, know when to be less aggressive. I like that. You're understanding the market, being less aggressive, scaling back, but still taking these opportunities that are presenting themselves. So again, we were looking right around 428. It came down to 428.10. Guys, 10 cents away from your target. You guys should have been locking in profits as you saw that quick drop on down. If we do crack below 428 and low of day, a 427.78, your next target is going to be 427.14. So if you do crack below low of day, you can get another dollar to the downside. So if you have a runner, you'd be looking to possibly lock in profits on that runner down towards around that 427.14. Come on, SPY. Get that low a day crack, baby. Let's see if you can crack low a day here, SPY. So far, guys, you're up about $1.50 a share. You're just now hitting your target, right? We were entering the puts, 429.50. Off the downtrend, off the retest. You got this nice $1.50 drop. That's nice, right? Those contracts that we were looking at are up substantially. $50 to $60 a contract. That's not bad. So again, look in the SPY, just looking to see if we're going to continue to see sellers just crush this and see if we continue to get pulled to the downside here on the SPY. Just watching this 428 level, looking to see what takes place. Do we have a lot of buying or a lot of orders coming on the ask, a lot of orders coming on the bid? Trying to get an idea of who's in control, buyers, sellers, right around this level of support. So there's 428.02. It's flirting at 428, so let's see. Is it going to have a nice big double bottom bounce? Or is this thing just going to crack on down below? Again, if it cracks below low a day, guys, we have potential down to 420, 427.14-ish. Yeah, again, Corey, I was getting ready to hit on that. I do not trust double bottoms enough to go long yet. So again, you hit target, guys. That's it. We were playing the trend, number one. The trend is your friend. What's the overall trend? It's down. So again, the trend is your friend. Trade the trend. That's what we were doing. We were waiting for the crack below yesterday's close. That was right around 429.45. What happened? We cracked. I said, don't chase it. This was one of those trades that if you chase this short, it would have been extremely profitable. But there was a very high chance you saw a fake crack below support and then a rip back on up. So what's the safest way, the easiest way to trade this stock, right? Wait for the crack. You got the crack. And then wait for the retest of support to turn into new resistance. So you had a couple reasons. You're trading the trend. You waited for the retest. And then you got another added piece of confirmation, a separate reason to take the trade. What was that? It was a retest of the downtrend. So you have downtrend resistance, old support turning into new resistance, right? You're trading with the trend. This was an 80-20 setup. What was another reason that made this an 80-20 setup? Well, we had $1.50 room to the downside, and 75 cents of risk was a perfect stop loss on the trade. So it was a minimum of a 2-to-1 setup, making this a solid A+ opportunity. One and done, right? It only takes one great trade to make your profits for the day. I know this one great trade came an hour and 25 minutes after the open, but it presented itself. We took the trade. We were able to lock in some profits. Let's go check out IMPP. All right, nice pop on up, hit new high a day of 129. Again, we know where support's at. Where's support? Old resistance, high day resistance, 115. That's also where we broke out with some big time volume. So right now we're waiting for IMPP to slowly pull on back towards around this 115. Get that nice big rip and run back up to 129. And again, we have potential to 147 on IMPP. How's INDO doing? This is what I was worried about. You get the break, and then you start to see it dump, and that's exactly what happened. You had a nice break of the downtrend, quick little rip, and then again, it just starts dumping on off. ISPL, nothing. CPTN, nothing. So right now, we're on the right trades. The SPY, 100%. Looking at UVXY, absolutely. And that's what we were saying. If the SPY were to get back up towards that 429.45 resistance, that should bring UVXY back down towards around 1675. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw it come down to 1678 right when the SPY hit its level of resistance. UVXY was hitting its level of support. We saw a nice little 30-cent bounce here on UVXY. So overall, we're doing great, baby. We're doing great. Let's see if the SPY can crack and put in a new low a day. Let's see if we can drop another dollar here, because UVXY is starting to get some hype, guys. So is this going to be a triple bottom, and are we going to start rebounding and moving higher? Or is this going to be a short-term descending triangle where we're making these lower highs with support? So again, it could be one of two things. It could be a triple bottom and we see a lot of buying move on in for the rebound and the leg on up. Or we could see a short-term descending triangle formation leading for the crack down below low a day for that next dollar drop potentially here on the SPY. I'm rooting for the crack. I'm rooting for the crack, and I'm rooting for the fade in the fall. We could see UVXY shoot up another 10 to 20 cents. If we get that dollar drop here, we can definitely see another 10 to 20 cent pop there on UVXY. So there's IMPP right back down to that 115, guys. So right now you're watching IMPP above 115 to see if buyers start to step back in. We can break this little downtrend that we have and hold above 115. You can definitely see this rip back up to high a day of 129 over on IMPP. So right now, that's definitely one of your top penny stock watches. SPCE has just a lot of great momentum today, guys. Right now, SPCE, you have a, I would say you kind of have a little bit of a trend line, but we're not really connecting right here on SPCE. But again, you're forming really nice higher lows, consistent higher highs. SPCE is definitely fighting to get up towards around that 916. Looking for a break over 916. You have potential to 945. Let's take our attention back over to the SPY. Let's see if the SPY is going to break the downtrend and move on up. Maybe see a little bit of a short-term reversal for a nice call option. Or let's see if we continue to fade and fall, and this trend stays intact. Again, if you have a runner on the table, we'd be looking for another dollar to the downside before you hit your next level of support, which is going to be yesterday's lows, right around that no, it's not yesterday's lows. My bad. It's not yesterday's lows, but our final target would be yesterday's lows of 425.77. Definitely trying to find some support, guys. Definitely coming down, having a hard time getting that crack and that fade and fall. So we could absolutely see this turn into a little bit of a double bottom. And who knows, maybe we start to see this double bottom stay intact, followed by a break of the downtrend. We could see the SPY shoot back up towards around that 429.45, but we still haven't been able to get back above 428.50. So right now we're still looking pretty weak, and I'm still leaning towards the short side. I'm still leaning towards, I think the SPY is going to get that crack and move even lower down the 427.14, and then yesterday's lows of 425.77. But there is that chance that we hold this level of support and start breaking the downtrend. And if that takes place, make sure you're cutting your short position, you're locking in those profits. You always look to take that long for a quick little $1.25 move to the upside back into 429.45 resistance. Like I said, I'm still like 70-30 that we're going to see this crack and that move on down. But there is that 30% chance we see this breaking the downtrend, and we could have a quick little, opportunity to the long side. Maybe grab about a dollar a share on the SPY back up to that 429.45. But again, I'm definitely leaning towards the short side here, guys. I'm just watching UVXY. I'm looking to see if the SPY cracks on down. UVXY new high a day. So let's get that crack on the SPY. Now we got 422 there on UVXY. Let's go, guys. UVXY. Again, we can see another 50-cent move out of that, especially if the SPY drops $1. There's the crack on down below. There's a big rip. Let's start locking in some profits on UVXY. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit there, guys. That was the trade I wanted, right? Either taking those puts or going long on UVXY. Either way, we're locking in profits on the same exact trade, right? You guys were shorting the SPY. I'm going long UVXY. So right now I am locking in some profits here, guys, little by little, right? I am up about 35 cents a share. Looking to see if the SPY can get pulled down to that 427.14. Looking to see if we can lock in a few more bucks here. Gonna lock in a little bit more on UVXY. Starting to bounce back up. I'm gonna lock in a little bit more. I can always re-enter it. I'm gonna go ahead and lock it up completely. Woo! What a day, guys. What a day. What a battle back. Jesus. And I'm still red on the day, which is unfortunate, but hey, a good trade on UVXY. I had 2 losses. I had a big loss on STRN. Had a small little paper cut loss on IMPP, but we waited for the opportunity on the SPY. I was able to grab that trade on UVXY and dig myself out of a little bit of a hole. I'm still down a little bit, 400 bucks on the day, but we're making progress in the right direction. And this was a great example of, I'm down like 2 grand. I'm down 2 grand. What are you gonna do, Josh? Are you gonna black yourself out? Are you going to revenge trade? Are you gonna become emotional? Or are you just gonna sit back, be patient, and wait for the next best opportunity? I'm gonna sit back, be patient, and wait for the next best opportunity. Not gonna revenge trade, not going to overtrade, not going to give in to my emotions. So I sit back, I'm relaxed, I see a good setup, I take the trade. Ha! It was profitable, right? Still red on the day, but not as bad as it was. And again, one more great trade like that, we're in the green and we're having a profitable day, guys. So good job to those of you that were grabbing some profits, either A, on UVXY, or B, those puts for that nice $1.50 drop to the downside. So good job, ladies and gentlemen. I keep forgetting my webcam's open, so you can't even see my P&L. My bad, guys. So again, that was UVXY. Again, I tried catching that off that level of support as the SPY was hitting its level of resistance. I was a little late to the trade, about 10 cents late, but overall, still not a bad little profit to dig myself out of the hole. So how's INPP looking? Like 50-50. INDL, 2080. CPTN, 0. So right now, again, guys, we're on the right stocks. SPCE, I would not be going long on SPCE right now. I would not be going long on SPCE. We just cracked that trend line. We could absolutely start to see this fade and fall now. We're losing some juice. We're losing that momentum. We did crack this trend line. We just retested trend line support as trend line resistance. I would look to short SPCE right now, guys. All right, if you guys like a good short, you can take it down to 880. I know it's only 15 cents, but you're looking for that drop right off the bat, 15 cents to the downside. So if you can short SPCE, that would have been a good short right there as the stock cracked the trend line, retested trend line support as trend line resistance, and then boom, starting to see that drop and that fade and fall. You have potential to fall back down towards around 880 on SPCE. Well, that's unfortunate. I was thinking about averaging into DraftKings as I saw a massive gap down yesterday, but we're having a nice little bounce on back here. So DraftKings not having a bad day, right? Gap down off earnings, big red day, and then a couple solid days back to back here on DraftKings. So keep it simple. Run a nice little trend line here on DraftKings. Maybe that's not the trend line. So let's go ahead and remove that. Is it going to be a trend line maybe right there? Yeah, I'd say that's a good little trend line. All right, we got that break on out, quick little pullback, ripped higher. We came down a couple times, hit the trend line, ripped higher, just came down and hit the trend line twice again, ripping higher. So what I would be doing, guys, is again, DraftKings is up from $19 to $20.70. You could look to play this long as DraftKings has a gap to fill on the daily chart. Again, you have potential to get to 2184. So as long as DraftKings stays above this intraday trend line, and we do not see a lower high followed by a lower low. As long as we continue to see this trend stay intact, we stay above the trend line, you have potential for another dollar to the upside. But at some point, I would expect to see DraftKings crack the trend line for a good short opportunity. But right now, we're on the bullish side and we're trending higher. So continue to play the trend to the long side with stops below the trend line. The second DraftKings, if it does start cracking below that uptrend, I would definitely consider a short position on DraftKings. But right now, the trend is your friend. You do have room to 2184 to potentially fill that gap on the daily chart, and support right now is going to be your trend line. So again, wait for the stock to come back down to the trend line. If it holds up, look to scale into that trade and look for a nice little few hour mover maybe. Might take a couple hours to get that additional dollar to the upside. But my focus is still on the SPY, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm watching UVXY because if we start cracking here once again, definitely considering a nice little long opportunity over on UVXY. And I'm just looking to see if the SPY's gonna bounce, break the downtrend. If the SPY holds support, and if it breaks this downtrend, guys, you can look for a quick long, right? Play it long, right? You may have a nice break of the downtrend coming on up, holding above support right now on the SPY. And again, if you hold support and break the downtrend, that's a good long opportunity. But again, right now, you're seeing a lot of resistance right there, and it's not wanting to get that break, to get that rip and run. So right now, we're still looking to the short side on the SPY and still looking long on UVXY. So watching UVXY off to the side, looking to see if SPY starts cracking. We could see UVXY get a nice little pop over the high a day. Again, another 20 cents of potential here on UVXY. If the SPY can get down to that 427, we could see UVXY shoot up another 20 cents. There we go. There we go. Let's lock in a little bit there. There we go. Another great trade, guys. Another great trade. There we go. There we go, baby. That's how it's done. Let's lock that up. Man, what a day. What a day. From being down to being back to break even. Now, the next trade I take, it's all green, baby. I'm reset for the day, right? I was down, digging myself out of a hole. Now, we're reset for the day, all right? I'm up $36. My commissions and fees are probably 50 bucks. So, I am break even, resetting, fresh start to the day. That's it, fresh start. So right now we're still playing the trend on the SPY, all right? And I'm just sitting here trading UVXY, guys. So literally all I'm doing is I'm marking up my levels on the SPY. And when I see the SPY hitting resistance and the SPY looking like it's gonna fade and fall, I'm simply going long on UVXY. So check this out. This was my initial position on UVXY, right? So again, it's an inverse ETF. Instead of shorting the SPY with shares and getting $1.50 and having to tie up, I don't know, maybe $40,000 to $80,000 of capital, I was able to be more aggressive with size on UVXY and take the same trade, right? So again, the SPY hits resistance at 1038, UVXY hits support at 1038. So as the SPY's hitting resistance, UVXY is hitting support. That's where I'm going long. I'm trading the SPY's chart, right? I'm looking at the SPY and I'm trading the SPY, but again, it's the complete opposite with UVXY. Is again, this is an inverse ETF. So you can see my entry right here at 1038. As UVXY hit support, the SPY was hitting resistance. So I'm trading SPY short, but I'm also looking at UVXY. Obviously, it's an inverse ETF, so I'm taking it long. Really quickly, guys, I have a little tip and a little trick for you. Something I come across over the weekend. Does anybody struggle with marking up levels when a stock is falling, right? So we mark up levels when a stock is ripping and running to the upside, correct? We look left, we're looking at prior levels of resistance to see how high a stock could go. Does anybody struggle marking up levels to the downside, right? If anybody struggles marking up levels to the downside, but you don't struggle marking up your levels to the upside, I have a cool little tip for you guys, and it may make it a lot easier. Because that was one of my things as a new trader. Like, I was really great at marking levels of resistance as far as how high a stock could go, but I really struggled with marking up levels of support to determine how low a stock could go. And I don't know why. It's the same concept, it's the same approach, but it's something that I personally struggled with. If you guys struggle with it, I have a cool little tip. But I have to make sure that you guys are good with marking up levels to the long side, and it's only to the short side. So check this out. Take the SPY, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and switch these around real quick just so you can see. So I'm gonna bring this chart on over. I'm gonna switch this to the SPY. So we can see we have the SPY chart, right? We're on a 1 minute, we're on a 1 minute. So if you guys are confident with marking up your levels when the SPY is ripping to the upside, but you struggle to mark up levels when the SPY is, say, dumping to the downside, and we're using SPY as an example, what you can do is you can type in minus sign, right? So do minus sign, SPY, and look at that. It's the inverse chart. It's the inverted chart. So negative SPY will basically take it and do a 180 on your TD Ameritrade chart. So now, this is still the SPY, but this is just the inverted form of the chart we're looking at. So now, if you struggle with marking up levels to the downside, you can type in negative SPY and mark up your levels as if the stock is ripping to the upside, because it's the opposite. So that was a cool little tip I wanted to share with you guys that I learned about over the weekend. And it's something that would have helped me out a lot. I'm like, wow, I can go negative any ticker. It's going to flip the chart and do a 180. I can mark up these levels of resistance, right? Overhead resistance, but technically it's support because, again, the stock is technically falling. So just try and type in the negative sign before any ticker, and it's going to be the complete opposite. So like IMPP, right? So here's the chart on IMPP. If you go negative IMPP, it's just the complete opposite, right? It's just taking that chart and doing a 180. So I know it works with TD Ameritrade. I'm not sure if it works with like Webull, but I think it was a cool little tip and a little trick that I wanted to share with you guys. So just type in negative before any ticker, mark up your levels as if they're resistance levels, and then just reset your chart, right? Reset it and then play that to the short side. Because again, that was one of my biggest struggles. So now I could literally just go negative SPY. Like, all right, cool. So here's some prior resistance, which is going to be support if we come back down, right? Right here around 427.84, right? That was prior resistance. We broke on out. If we come back down, that's support. But again, that's the negative version. So we go SPY and we can see, all right, cool. It's just going to be resistance right around that 427.92. And I'd look to short, possibly off that level. So right now, let's do a quick little scan to see what we have going on. INDO, nothing. IMPP was a quick little trade off the 115 retest. I never took that, but again, when stocks break resistance, they tend to pull back, and old resistance turns into new support. And that's exactly what we saw happen. We saw the break over resistance. We saw sellers move on in. But as we came back down to old resistance, buyers were respecting this as new support, and now buyers are starting to step back in. We're currently up about 7 to 8 cents a share off that bounce. So IMPP right now not doing all that bad. INDO not looking great. ISPO not looking great. What's TCMD doing? TCMD. Oppenheimer adjusts the target to 35 from 45, and they maintain an outperform rating. So nothing too crazy there on TCMD. Right now, I'm just kind of scanning through our leaderboard, some of these top gainers. What's up with MITO? Now, this stock just recently starting to get some action. So Zacks small cap research note showing a $2.10 valuation target. And what do we know about Zacks research reports, right? 80% of the time, when we see an article posted about a stock and you see Zacks small cap research and they see a higher price target than what the stock currently is, you do see a lot of action with these stocks. So it's worth noting and it's worth watching MITO just to see if we get some action, just to see if we get some volume. We've already pretty much hit that top level of resistance right around 74 cents. I know we hit 70 cents, but you got 50 SMA resistance right around 74 to 75 cents. So it's already made its pretty big move, but it's worth watching just to see if we get a nice little break over 75 cents. If so, we definitely have room to 90 on MITO. So let's keep that one on watch. That's MITO, HIMS. this would not be a terrible level to look for a long, right? The stock opens at 460, rips up to 523, breaking over $5 resistance. Right now, pulling back to $5 resistance. So you do have potential back up to high a day, 523. You have $5 support. Now, if HIMS does get a new high a day, how high could you see it go? Well, you would have room to the 50 SMA right there at 535. So, I mean, there's still potentially 25 to 30 cents that you can get out of HIMS. And support right now is right here at $5. If you start really cracking and dropping below 5, you cut it, small loss. But if this holds above 5, you know you have potential back up to high a day, and then even potentially 535 there on HIMS. So until the SPY breaks the downtrend, we are playing the SPY short. So for right now, you're looking for any trades whatsoever on the SPY. You're simply looking to short the SPY off resistance. And we know old support turns in the new resistance. So where was old support? 427.92, right around that 428. So again, we're looking for the SPY to push back up to 428. What's also significant about 428? You have the downtrend that falls right at 428. What's the SPY been doing? The SPY's been cracking support, old support, turning into new resistance with the downtrend, right? Downtrend resistance, crack support, fade and fall. Look for the push back up to resistance as well as the downtrend, and still look to trade the trend because the trend is your friend, right? You'd be looking to short this around 428, looking to cover your short back down at 427. We still have potential to fall back down to 425.77. However, if you start to see the SPY breaking the downtrend and breaking back above a prior level of support, which is now resistance, you do not want to go short. You'd be looking for a call. You'd be looking to go long, as that would be a great reversal signal for a nice little push back to the upside on the SPY. So you got to be mindful. You got to think about your short opportunity. You have to think about a long opportunity just in case the short doesn't work out. You have to be a chameleon. You have to adapt to both opportunities that could play on out. Right now, we're definitely still leaning to the short side. But what if we see the break of resistance? What if, right, we see a lot of buying volume move back in? What if we break the downtrend? Well, we're not shorting it. We want to go long. So let's build a plan around that hypothetical long position as well, and also be prepared and planned for the short that we're ideally wanting to take. So again, you'll have a plan to the short side. That's the trade that you're really confident in right now. But again, if you don't see what you need to see to enter that short, you are prepared for a potential long as well if it does break resistance, if it breaks the downtrend, and you can play it to the long side also. So right now, traders, do we have any questions? Want to make sure that I'm helping you guys out, getting those questions answered, that you guys are always learning something while you're here. But at the same time, since we have opportunity, we have stocks moving, want to be able to lock in these profits as well, guys. Let's do this. I don't have a lot to share, right? I don't have a lot to share whatsoever. I have a whopping break-even P&L box, but I'm going to go ahead and put my profits in profits chat. So for those of you that have been locking in some great profits on SPCE, IMPP, or even the SPY or UVXY, take a moment and let's go ahead and post those profits in the profits chat. Oh, and one thing that we're going to be doing as well is March is member recognition, guys. So just keep this in mind, is March Madness, right? We know March Madness. I'm going to be going mad with giveaways, and it's our month to recognize our members here inside of chat. Something else I'm going to be doing as well is a monthly member spotlight. So every single month, whichever member, whichever trader really stands out to me that's just been doing a phenomenal job, we're going to start highlighting you guys, if it's okay with you, on the website and our emails, and we're going to do a monthly member spotlight to recognize some of our top traders here inside of chat every single month. But here's what we're doing right now, right? Not only is it March Madness, not only am I going to be going mad with giveaways, we're going to have some fun. Yeah, there's no sound. What's going on? Anyway, you see it. You see it. We're going to be giving away these for the month of March to a lucky member inside of chat. So again, make sure you're here. Make sure you're paying attention. You need to be here to get an idea of how you're going to be entered into the giveaway. So if you hear those keywords, we're basically going to guide you to how to be entered into the giveaway. And at the end of the month, we're going to be doing like a launch party, a giveaway party, bringing everybody inside a chat, maybe Friday afternoon, Friday evening, and we're gonna be listing off the members that are winning the giveaway. So again, giveaway number 1, blue light smart glasses from Razer. These are like $2.99. I'm gonna be giving these away to a lucky member inside a chat. And then a brand new trading keyboard, baby. So we got a nice wireless mechanical keyboard. I don't know, it's by Razer as well. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. I like it. I took it out like a month ago and I was playing with it and I like it, but I'm like, you know what? Let's have some fun for the month of March. March Madness. I'm going mad with giveaways, and what I want to do is recognize some members and have some fun and give away some gear. So again, wireless keyboard from Razer. We're going to be giving this away, and then we're also giving away these blue light smart glasses to 2 lucky members inside a chat for the month of March. So make sure you're here. Make sure you're paying attention. Make sure you're taking mental notes so you know how to get entered into the giveaway, baby. I just wanted to share that with you guys because I'm excited. I'm ready to have some fun with some giveaways. So we'll make it happen. Corey, 90 bucks. I'll take it. Love it. IMPP from Kits King. And then we got ISPO, Mr. Dougie, $290. Good job and good work. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. When I switched the camera over, again, guys, when I reset my computer last week because I was having a lot of issues, thinking it was the computer, it was the internet. I lost everything. So I have to reset up my streaming tool. I have to reset up the scanners. I have to reset up everything. I lost everything. I restored from a OneDrive backup yesterday. It was like 10% of what I was missing. So I still lost everything. So it's going to take me some time to get the scanners rebuilt because I lost all the coding for the scanners, and again getting the intros set back up because it's been a little different. Like, Josh, where's your awesome intro? I got to go find the file and reinstall the intro. So again, for the next couple of days, it's just going to be me and the stream, right? We're not going to have a lot of the intros and stuff like that because again, I lost all my files. So, but right now, guys, it's 11:21. We are sitting back, we are relaxing, we are looking to see if we have another trade opportunity coming on up before lunch. What happened to the sweatshirts? What do you mean, Catherine? The sweatshirts. So I am going to be putting together some new Alpha gear. Since we are coming into the summer season, the warm season across the US, I'm going to be putting together some polos, right? So I'm going to be doing some Alpha embroidered polos. Some t-shirts, some v-necks for the ladies. Again, if you ladies would like polos as well, let me know. I can definitely order some polos for the ladies also if you guys like to go golf. And then we're going to be doing some Alpha hats. So that's what I want to do. I want to get some polos, men and women's. Want to get some men's shirts. Want to get some v-necks for the ladies. Just have a nice little mixture. And get some Alpha hats as well, guys. And we're going to have a nice little merch store coming on up. So again, if you want to get some alpha gear, we'll have that open and available very, very soon. And I'll definitely be giving you more information on that in the near future. So coming into later this year, when it starts getting cold, that's when we'll be ordering some of those sweatshirts, long sleeves, and then putting those in the merch store as well. Hey! Matt finally got his first trade. Colin says, hearing that hurts me. I hate when people randomly reset their computer, and I just simply messed up, Colin. It was a big boo-boo on my part. Big boo-boo on my part. So I backed up to a external hard drive. So I had my backup. I was going to reinstall from a backup. But what happened is I was going through the reset process. I accidentally clicked the button that says erase all drives, thinking that I was unselecting. And basically what happened is it erased the drive that was external because I still had it plugged into the USB port. So not only did I erase like my C drive and whatever's, you know, the E drive, I erased that as well. So I go to restall from a backup, you don't have anything to restall from. And I lost everything. I was like freaking out and I'm like, oh, I have a OneDrive backup. But that was literally like from a year ago. So I don't have all of my recent files. I have some old pictures, old files, but I don't have all my recent stuff from the last year. So yes, felt pretty sick to my stomach. I'm trying to set everything back up and I'm like, where'd everything go? I have no settings. I don't have my TOS settings. I don't have my trade idea settings. I don't have any of my settings anywhere. So yeah, I was a little upset with that. Well, if it's always cold in New York, what I'll go ahead and do, guys, is I'll get a few, right? I'll get a few and make sure that we have those in the merch store as well. So if you guys do want some hoodies and long sleeves, I'll make sure I have a little bit of a mixture there. So I'm still working on the details as far as how it's gonna work. But again, we will have that merchandise store. You'll see that part on the site in the very near future. And as we're making progress in getting that live, I'll be sure to update you guys as well. But I wanted to update you guys and let you guys know about some of the changes we're doing. We're gonna be doing our monthly member spotlights on the website, emails, social media. I'll make sure I get your consent beforehand. But again, every month, whichever member and whatever trader is really standing out to me that's seen the best and the most success for each and every month, we're gonna be highlighting and recognizing these members. Moving forward, we're gonna be doing at least 2 giveaways a month as well. So I wanna start off strong and start off with some awesome trading gear for our giveaways for the month of March. But again, we're gonna be creative with it. We're gonna have some fun, okay? You have to be here. Maybe you have to kind of navigate the website. Maybe you have to go watch a certain lesson in the video lessons library to hear maybe like a keyword, right? To get an idea of how you get enrolled basically. Or again, I'm trying to find the word for it. I'm losing my train of thought right now. But you guys get the idea. We're gonna have some fun. Not any kind of riddles, but we're gonna have some fun with it, make it unique, give it a little bit of a challenge just so you guys have to be here to actually hear how to be inside of that giveaway. So we're gonna have some fun with it. Man, these allergies are kicking my butt today, guys. Woo! I'm over here sweating. My mind's all jello-y. I can't even have a conversation and find words for my words. If anybody deals with allergies like I do, I'm sure you already understand. Like, it's not even like I can take medicine for the throat and the coughing and the sneezing and the itchy nose. I can take medicine for that. But the medicine doesn't help the fogginess, right? Does anybody else deal with allergies and they just get completely fogged up? It's like their mind and their brain feels like jello. Like it's just jello, it's mushy, you can't think straight, you're not clear, you're really foggy. That's the one thing I don't like about allergies is I get really foggy and I can't concentrate, I can't think. It sucks. Because everything else is doable. Take some medicine, you're all good to go. But I'm drinking like 2 Celsius today and it's still not helping. It's still not helping. But overall, guys, we're having a great trading day, a great trading morning, and we're definitely going to be back here right around 2 o'clock, guys. So we're going to be doing our open floor Q&A session and our lesson right around 2 o'clock this afternoon, right? So right now for the next 30 minutes, we're going to do a open floor discussion session. If you have any topics that you want to talk about, we can do that. But my goal was to continue the trade up until 12 o'clock, really try and find these opportunities for you guys, get those quick wins, provide education around the trades in a real market setting. And then around 2 o'clock, we'll come back just a little bit early, dive into a lesson and our Q&A session as well this afternoon. Right now, what's the SPY going to do here? Right? Are we going to see that break here on the SPY? Are we going to get that nice rip back up to 428? We could. I know I was saying we could take it long for the break of the downtrend, but here's the thing. Now that we have the stock right at that point in time where we would look for a long, for a break of the downtrend, what's your profit potential, right? You have 428. Where's your entry going to be? 427.50. So you can get about 50 cents per share or 50 cents out of the stock for the options contract. But where's your stop loss? Under 427. So even if the SPY were to break this downtrend, which would be a bullish setup, it's not a good risk reward, right? You're looking to make 50 cents, but your risk is 50 cents, making this a good setup, right? We could absolutely see the break of the downtrend. We could absolutely see the SPY reverse and move higher. But from a risk reward standpoint, it's a 1-to-1 setup. So we can't really classify this as a A+ setup, as an 80-20 setup, because the risk to reward just isn't there. It's still a decent setup, but maybe it's like a 60-40 setup. It's a C setup. Maybe you reduce your size. Maybe you're a little less aggressive with your position just to get your feet wet, to take advantage of this potential trade, but to not take a big loss if it doesn't work on out. Now, this trade here was a great 2-to-1 setup. That was an A+ setup, right? This one, more like a B setup, 70-30. Scale back on these B setups. Still take the position if you want it, but don't be overly aggressive because it's not the best risk to reward. So again, at this point in time, it still looks weak. Like I said, I'm leaning towards the short side, right? I'm leaning towards this downtrend continuing to hold the SPY down, right? And get that crack and that drop all the way down to yesterday's lows. That's what I'm looking for. But look at the volume today as well, guys. I know we're only about 2 hours into the day. We have lunch, we have this afternoon, but look at the volume today. We barely have any volume compared to what we have on average, right? On average, we're trading 100 million shares. Today, we're trading, what are we trading? 32 million shares, right? On average, we're up here well over 100 million. Right now, we're trading 32 million shares. But again, we still have a long time, 4.5 hours until the market closes. But one thing I want to notice is we made a pretty substantial move down today, but we're not really seeing that initial big time volume on the daily chart. And we've already dropped, again, about $7 to the downside. So just something to be mindful of is, again, it's dropping substantially. Again, the SPY's down 1% on the day. From the highs was 433, we're down to 427. That's a $6 drop, but we're not seeing a lot of big time selling volume. So just something to be mindful of. So Kits King, what top strategies would you put in your playbook? So that's a tough question, right? Because my strategies may not be the strategies that work for you. And your strategies may not be the strategies that work for Dougie. So the first thing that I would do, Kits King, is I would say, all right, am I going to be going long or am I going to be going short, right? Am I going to be trading more long than short or more short than long, or is it 50-50? Get an idea of what direction you trade, right? Do you trade to the long side or are you mainly a shorter, right? And then start there. And then find some of the most popular strategies, you know, for long setups, and then some of the most popular strategies for short setups, right? So that's the first question I would ask myself is, am I going to be going long more or short more? Because if I'm going long more, I'm not even going to take the time to add these short opportunities to my playbook. I'm going to be focused more on these long setups. So you're going to be going long more. Okay, fantastic. So what I would say is one of the easiest strategies is the downtrend break, right? So if I had to give you one of my favorite strategies that are easy to master, that are easy to learn and understand, that are normally 80-20 setups, when you see them work out the way they should work out, I would say those are the best risk to reward setups. When they're set up correctly, they're 80-20 setups, they're A+ setups, you get big time reward with little risk. I really like the downtrend break approach. We call it the boom, boom, bang. So I would say that's number one, is go back and watch that lesson on the downtrend break, or what we called in chat, the boom, boom, bang, and get used to that setup, that strategy. Get familiar with it. Understand what you're looking for, what it should set up, like what's the appearance to the setup? What does it visually look like? Where do I get long? Where do my stops normally go? What needs to take place, right? What's the criteria behind that strategy? But I would say that's my favorite, number one, and it's the easiest to master. It's the most simple strategy. And when you see that setup, they lead to big time breakouts, and the risk is very minimal as well. And the reason I like that as well is because your entries are down near levels of support. So take the SPY, for example, right? This was a downtrend break setup, right? The reason I like these is because, number one, we're trying to get that reversal. And if we get the break of the downtrend and it's a proper reversal, we have a lot of opportunity back to the upside. Number two, you're buying right next to support. You're looking for a break of the downtrend. So again, I like the entries or a break of the downtrend. Normally your entries are very, very close to support, so your risk is very, very minimal, and you have a lot of great opportunity to the long side coming back into these prior levels of resistance. So again, it's high reward, low risk. Again, it's a very simple strategy. You're buying very close to support. If the trade doesn't work out, you typically know right away. Most of the time, you can exit that position before you get stopped out for a small win or a break-even trade. And again, they're just very, very simple, and they're high reward, low risk setups. So I would say the downtrend break or the boom, boom, bangarang, right? We call it the boom, boom, bang, but it's the downtrend break. Another very popular setup, trying to think of the ones that I like the most that are easy to master. Number one, something that you see, across the board consistently to the long side. Obviously, we know we have like bull flags, ascending triangles, cup and handles, falling wedges. We have all of the patterns, right? And what I would suggest is just getting familiar with all of the types of patterns that we see, right? The bull flag pattern, the ascending triangle, the cup and handle, the falling wedges, right? These symmetrical triangles. I would say number one is get familiar with all of the patterns and then see which patterns that you see play out consistently. And I would say that I would start there and just get accustomed to all of those patterns, and then just try and pick one or two out of that list of 6 that you like, that you see happen and develop more times than not, and then start adding those to your playbook. Every playbook should have 2 to 3 strategies for the different types of market conditions, right? So if we're in, and this is the way I break it down, I always like giving you guys visual representations on stuff. So here's how I have my playbook set up, right? Literally, it's like this. I have a smiley face, right? Those are great market conditions. I have a like a blah face. These are like just kind of neutral, choppy market conditions. And then I have really bad market conditions, right? So again, this is when the market's doing very, very well, right? Everything's ripping and running. I have 2 to 3 different strategies that work well in positive market conditions. When the market is overall up, I have 2 to 3 strategies that work the best for me. When the market's very, very choppy and very, very sideways, right? I have a couple strategies that work well in choppy markets, things that we see develop more in choppy sideways markets than we see in really hot markets or really bad markets. And then I have 2 to 3 strategies that work well in not the best markets, right? These are my short strategies, right? These are going to usually be my top 3 short strategies, right? Neutral markets, it's a mixture. And then we have like the downtrend break setups. We have bull flags. We have buy high, sell higher, right? We have momentum trading, right? When we have really healthy market conditions. So I would go ahead and break your playbook down into like 3 sections. And the way I break my playbook down into 3 sections is very good market conditions, very positive, very happy market conditions. That's how I break it down. Kind of blah, sideways, choppy market conditions, and then really nasty, just A lot of selling, a lot of dumping, a lot of, good short opportunities, really nasty market conditions. And for each type of market condition, I will have 2 to 3 strategies that work the best in those market conditions, right? Because the strategies that work very well in a sideways choppy market may not work well in a hot market. And the same thing, the 2 to 3 strategies that work well in a sideways choppy market may not be the best strategies when the market is dumping, when the market is fading and falling. So again, get your playbook, break it down into 3 sections, and those 3 sections are going to be the 3 different types of market conditions. Markets ripping and running on fire, markets neutral, sitting sideways, more or less choppy, and the market is just absolutely dumping, and we should be looking to the short side. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try to identify what strategies work best in what types of market conditions. And again, your strategies are going to be different than mine. Mine are completely different than Corey's. Corey's are completely different than Beth's. So it really just starts with understanding the different types of strategies. And there's a lot of them, right? You have the 3-legged pullback. You have the boom, boom, bang. You have the dip buy strategy. You have the reversal strategy, right? There's so many strategies. And then you have patterns. You have red to green move patterns. You have bull flags, ascending triangles, cup and handles, right? You have momentum strategies. You got 5-minute reversals. There's so many strategies. But the thing is, you got to take it one by one by one. Get to know that particular strategy, that particular pattern. What do they look like? Right? What's the criteria behind these? Get familiar with them. Understand what they look like, the criteria, how to trade them. And the great thing is we have all of these lessons in the video lessons library. Not only talking about the strategies and the patterns, but how to build plans, right? Where stop losses go. Where are your entries? Where are your targets? What's the criteria? So it's really just getting in the video lessons library, diving into these strategies one by one by one, getting familiar with them, and then back testing them, right? Bull flags. Do I like bull flags in neutral markets? Do I see bull flags working better in hot markets? Ascending triangles, right? 5-minute reversals. You're gonna know these 15 to 20 strategies, and you're gonna be able to dissect that list. You're gonna be able to put 2 or 3 here, 2 or 3 there. And that's gonna be your unique playbook that works for you. But I would say the first one that I would learn to master would be the downtrend break, right? We see downtrend breaks happen all the time. When they break on out, we usually get those nice reversals, big time profits, little losses, right? And we see these develop and play out pretty consistently in the market. So that's why I like the downtrend breaks, is you see a lot of them. They tend to work in all types of market conditions, whether we have really hot market conditions, whether the market conditions are kind of neutral and sideways, or whether the market's dumping. We can still identify these great downtrend break setups. You're buying close to support, you're identifying a potential reversal once it breaks, and you could capitalize on a nice big move to the upside. So I like the downtrend break. It works well in every market, and it's easy to master, has the least amount of risk, the best amount of reward. They're 80-20 setups, and you see them pretty consistently across the board with penny stocks, mid caps, large caps. Doesn't matter. You see these play out time and time again. So what's the SPY looking like on the 5 minutes? Really not a lot, guys. I mean, simple break of the downtrend. The SPY is down about $6 from the high a day. Very, very oversold, right at support. I mean, it was inevitable to see a bounce back up, but is this a sustainable bounce? Or is this going to be something that's a short-term bounce on up? We're going to continue to to fade and fall. Again, only time will tell. We ran right back up into that 428 resistance. Right now, support is back down at 427 here on the SPY. I love it, Kids King. This month I've been focusing on professional trading. I love it. Been paper trading, practicing, right? Understanding what strategies you like, what strategies you don't like. Because again, like I know how to trade a bull flag, but I don't like trading bull flags all the time. It's not my ideal strategy, the ideal pattern that I see a lot of success with. But there are other traders that really do well trading bull flags. They're a unique way of trading them, and that's their edge. So again, I love how you're able to take a step back, right? Focusing on professional trading. You're diving into the video lessons library. You're studying up. You're taking what you're learning and you're applying that in a simulated paper account setting, trying to get an idea of what works for you, what doesn't work for you. Now you're able to pull some of that data, right? What strategies are working, which ones are consistent, which strategies are not working and not consistent. And now you're able to take those setups, those strategies that work well for you, and then add them to the playbook. Your next step, since you've gone through the process, you're educating yourself, you're applying what you're learning in a paper account. You've been doing that. You're logging your trades. You're practicing risk management, right? You're going through the preparation, the practice process. And now you may feel confident to apply what you've been doing in that simulated setting in a real account. But don't go from simulated setting to $20,000 account, $50,000 account. Go to like a $500 account. And what you're going to want to do is take very small size. What we call that is sample size. You're not jumping in with 500 shares. You're not jumping in with 1,000 or 5,000 shares. You're going to slowly ease your way in to those larger position sizes. So again, going from a paper account to a live account, you need to do it in the right way. And again, it's starting with a small account. Maybe you're taking 5 shares, 10 shares, but it's about mastering the emotion control, because you will experience emotions with real money that you didn't experience with fake money. And you want to slowly work yourself into that larger position sizing. So again, start with a smaller account for about a week. Trade 5 to 10 shares, right? Continue to do what you were doing in the paper account with the live account, just with that sample size, really small size. Get about a week of consistency, 2 weeks of consistency under your belt. When you're like, all right, I'm consistent, I'm making money. No, I'm not making $1,000. I'm making $10, right? $10 a day. But at least you have the consistency and you see the success. Then go ahead and add a little bit more to the account. Maybe go to a $1,000 account. Now you're doing 50 shares, right? Go through about a week or 2 weeks of that. Get comfortable, get confident. Make sure you're seeing success. All right, cool, I'm seeing success. Go to a $2,000 account and then continue that process. Rinse and repeat. Fund your account, scale up a little bit more in size, get accustomed to that type of size, that type of risk, and those types of profits. Find that consistency, master those emotions, and again, make sure you're seeing success. And when you feel confident that you are, now it's time to rinse and repeat. Put a little bit more money in that account. Take a little bit bigger size. And you're gonna do that consistently week after week after week. Before you know it, you're gonna have a nice solid transition from the paper account to that small real account, and then slowly work yourself up into a bigger real account, and you're gonna see those consistent big time profits. So right now I'm watching the SPY back up towards around this 420.18, right? Are we gonna break and hold 428? If so, we do have potential to 429.45 next. But if we pop back up and get rejected off 428, we could absolutely look to continue to play the trend, and the trend is to the downside. So we'd be looking for some puts here from 428 to 427. We can get away with stops at 428.50 if we see that level being held down as resistance. So it's a good 2-to-1 setup. We know exactly what strikes we're trading, right? We were looking at I think they were the 428s and the 425s. And right now, those 428s that we were talking about earlier are up even more right now. They're up to 190. So again, these are still holding on up pretty well. So right now, depending on what the SPY does, I may be looking for a trade on UVXY. So I'm watching the SPY. We see this level holding the stock down as resistance, and we start to see it curling on back over. I know the SPY could drop $1, and that means the UVXY could pop up about 25 cents. So at least I know I have about 25 to 30 cents of potential for profit with UVXY if we see the SPY get rejected off 428 and make that nice dollar drop to the downside. So right now, let's see what takes place over the next 20 seconds on this candle. So right now, watching the SPY, watching UVXY. If the SPY starts dumping, definitely ready to go with UVXY to see if we have any potential there, guys. But again, if the SPY breaks above that 428.12, we have potential to 429.45. But again, the trend is still down. The trend is your friend. I know we have a slight reversal, but is this a sustainable move, right? Is this move going to be sustained? Or are we going to see the SPY actually back up, right? Or is this a false attempt to move higher and we continue to see the SPY drop and continue to work its way down to yesterday's lows of 425? So again, watching the SPY here, looking to see what takes place right around this level of resistance. Either it's going to break and hold and move higher, or it's going to be a false breakout and it's going to drop even lower. Depending on what happens here with the SPY is going to determine what I do with UVXY. So what we see here at the top at resistance is a 1-minute doji on high volume at resistance. So what do we have here? A little bit of a spinning top doji right at resistance on high volume. That's an indication that we could absolutely start to see the SPY roll on back over. Again, the SPY would have room back down to 427 on long on UVXY. Looking to see how much lower the SPY is going to go. Make sure I'm still good on my long with UVXY, for I maybe need to start cutting that if the SPY is indeed going to break and get that leg higher. I'll give it a couple more minutes here on the SPY to see what takes place right around these highs. Definitely trying to get that break, but every time it moves up to that 428.20, it just gets shot right back down. So again, I'm trying to sit here and be patient, wait to see what the SPY is going to do. Looks like we're actually going to get that nice big time breakout, guys. Definitely confirming over 428.50. You're definitely going to see 429.50, I would say. Big time rebound on the SPY. Big time break over 428. A lot of action right now, guys. What are we looking like on the 5 minute? So the 5 still showing potential up to the 429.45. We still see the VWAPs right there as well. So I would say that we'll probably have a little bit of a pullback back down to 428. See it hold on up, get that next leg up, and we're still looking at a 429.45 target here on the SPY, assuming 428 holds up now as support, that we don't just come back down and drop below that level. So how are these pennies doing? MITO, nothing. ISPO, nada. INDO, not a lot. IMPP, definitely slowing down as well, guys. What's up with HIMS? Nothing really happening there. SPCE, cracking the trend line, fading and falling. Right now, SPCE has room back down to 850. OSTK, nothing. And again, we're just watching the SPY, the Qs, and UVXY. Right now, it's 11:55 in the market. So here in a couple minutes, we will be diving into lunch. Be coming back around what time? 2 o'clock, diving into a nice little afternoon Q&A session, open floor discussion, having some fun before we actually dive into some power hour trading. So right now at this point in time, do we have any final questions or comments before we dive into lunch and get fed, come back and have an awesome afternoon with some awesome trading, looking to continue to lock in some of these big time profits as we do have some great opportunity in the market, especially looking at the SPY, looking at the Qs, as well as UVXY. So again, final questions, let me know. We'll take the next few moments to get those answered before we dive into lunch, guys. We got more profits in profits, chat. Good job, Corey. Way to come in, lock in some more profits. Good job and good work, my man. AIRG. What's going on here? AIRG. Nothing. I just saw that popping up. And we have DATS popping up on the high today momentum scanner as well, but nothing going on there. So penny stocks are still pretty dead. Not a lot going on with these pennies today, guys. So right now we're just kind of sitting back, still watching the SPY to see if we have another trade opportunity coming on up right before lunch. What's going to happen on the SPY? Are we going to start dumping and fading and falling again? Or are we going to actually hit that 429.45? And that could be a good area to maybe look to scalp the SPY. If we get a quick spike up to that 429.45, maybe grab a quick entry for the retracement back down to 428. Got about $1 to $1.50 there, potential out of the SPY. Since we've broken over 428.17, we haven't pulled back and retested it yet. We may not, but if we do, there's definitely some good opportunity, whether that's to the short side for that initial drop, back down to that 428, or whether that's just sitting back and waiting for the SPY to pull back to 428, hold on up, and then look for a long opportunity here on the SPY. So right now, it's just a game of patience. So again, I'm definitely thinking that we're going to come back down on the SPY and retest old resistance as new support, right? I definitely think we're going to see the SPY back down around 428. And if the SPY holds up above 428, that's where we could be looking to grab some calls for that move higher towards around 429.45, right? 429.45. So even, again, if we get that nice little pullback, we come back down and retest that 428 as support and we hold on up, we still have a good $1 to $1.50 of potential to the upside. And it's pretty easy. We're buying right next to support. So SPY comes down, looks like it's going to bounce and hold on up, and you're long and it cracks support. You get out really, really quick. You walk away with a small paper cut. But if it works out and we get that trade and we get that move, $1.50 to the upside, hey, it's definitely worth the little bit of risk to grab a nice $1 plus of reward here on the SPY. Got about another 50 cents to pull back. Let's see what's going to take place around that 428. I'd expect to see a bounce, and we want to really see that bounce up to that 429.45. Matt, absolutely hitting it on the head. 100%. If you can't make money with one contract or one share, you're not going to be able to do that consistently with 30 contracts or, 2,000 shares. Baby step your way into it. Start with $10, sizes a month, $10 investments, then go to 50, and then go to 100, and then go to, 200, then 5, then 1,000. Before you know it, you're going from 1 share to 10 shares to 100 shares, and then you're slowly going to work yourself into it at your own pace, because we all get to that level that we want to be at our own pace, right? We all kind of hit our own peak, right? I kind of peak out with, probably 2,000 to 3,000 shares, right? That's kind of where my peak is. My peak, as far as losses, I'm not cool with losing more than maybe like $1,000 to $1,500 on a trade, depending on how aggressive I'm being, right? I've kind of hit my certain ceiling, my peak. But again, your peak could be completely different. So again, you have to work at your own pace, because you may be comfortable with 10,000 shares. That may be a level that you get to. You may be comfortable with 100 contracts. That may be a level that you get to, but you always got to start with one and slowly work yourselves into it. So yes, thank you, Matt. Good stuff. Nice breakdown. Again, start small and baby step your way into it. So right now, we're going to give the SPY just a couple more minutes here, guys. All right, just a few more minutes, looking to see what happens. Back down towards around this 428. Is it going to set up for a nice little long, or is it going to crack on down below 428 for a possible short? Time will tell. So one last scan through penny stocks. IMPP. Not a lot going on there, team. INDO. I mean, ugly, but you kind of have a reversal formation, right? You have your low, you have your lower low, slightly higher low, a little bit of a neckline that could be broken here on INDO. But again, it's very choppy, it's very ugly, and you are right at 12 o'clock coming into lunch. You may not see that break and that big time move. So still feel like you're being the guinea pig with a lot of these penny stocks. But if you're taking these trades, just remember, lock in profits quick. Because the second you're up is the second that you're back down, possibly from a green trade to a red trade. So if you're looking for any kind of setups, any kind of opportunities, especially with penny stocks right now at this point in time, definitely lock in your profits sooner than later. Get paid, all right? You may have a slight inverse head and shoulders formation on INDO, a little bit of break of this downtrend. You could absolutely see it back up towards around VWAP, but again, you're coming into lunch, you're losing a lot of volume, it's very choppy. This is a challenging stock. It's definitely not an appealing stock, but you have something there if you guys were looking at INDO. IMPP, you have nothing here right now. ISPO, absolutely nothing. MITO, nothing. Looking at some of our gainers and losers, halts and resumes, high day momentum scanner. We do not have a lot going on right now at this point in time. And I want to hit on this, Matt. I know you guys are talking about going from paper to a live account and the right process, and I do appreciate it because you're 100% correct. Quick question to add on to that. Has there ever been a point in your trading career to where you've gone from one contract, right, in the beginning, and now you're trading 30 to 50? Has there ever been a point in time in your trading career where you've taken a step back? Maybe just 30 to 50 was a little too aggressive. Maybe you weren't as consistent as you were before, to where you had to reduce and go back to, say, 5 to 10 contracts to rebuild that consistency. Have you ever done that? right? So the SPY right now, guys, looking good for 429.50. So right now you had a short-term break of this downtrend after you came down and bounced right off support. So as long as the SPY stays above 428.50, you should definitely see 429.50 and possibly even the VWAP of 429.61. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because you may start with one contract or one share. And then within 6 months, you may be consistent with, say, 10 contracts or 1,000 shares. But at some point in your trading career, if you start to struggle and you feel like you're losing consistency, it's okay to take steps back. And that's why I wanted to bring that up. That's a step back. You know, getting to the point where you go from one contract to 50. Was there ever a point in time where you had to go back to, say, 10 contracts and rebuild that consistency and rebuild that confidence? The answer is yes. I've done that before. I've gotten to the point where I was making 2 to 3 grand a day, right? I was trading 10, 15, 20,000 shares. But late last year, I had to take a step back, right? I started to realize I'm not trading as good with larger position sizes, right? I'm not as consistent. I need to scale back and rebuild that consistency. Because again, a lot of you guys that were trading with me middle of last year, I mean, big time position sizes, right? 5,000 shares, 10,000 shares, $1,500 gainers, right? $2,000 gainers. Why am I trading 600 shares, 1,000 shares, 1,500 shares? Why did I take a big step back? Because I realized I was losing a lot of my consistency middle to late of last year. So I took a step back to kind of rebuild that consistency, to rebuild that confidence. There's a lot of variables that were impacting me being able to trade successfully with larger position sizes. So again, if you ever get to that point in your career, don't let it frustrate you. Don't be, upset. It's okay. It happens. The best of the best at some point have needed to take that step back, reassess, restructure, get prepared, rebuild that consistency, and then start scaling back up into that size that you were trading before. And that's exactly what's going on with me, right? Middle to late of last year, I scaled way back, right? I'm seeing like $200 to $300 days. But I also cut my position sizing back substantially. And little by little over the last, 6 months, I've slowly gotten back up to 1,000 share positions, 1,500 shares, right? 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 in time, right? At one point, it was like 200 to 500 shares. Then I slowly progressed back into the bigger sizing as I'm seeing more consistency across the board. So again, I wasn't discouraged. I wasn't upset. It's a part of, trading, and it's something that I needed to do. That small step back to be able to take my next step forward. Do I think the SPY will hit 427? I mean, there's still a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of stuff in the news. We already knew that there was going to be a lot of volatility today. Really, let's take a step back from the SPY real quick and let's get an idea of where we were, where we went, where we're at now. So let's go ahead and start with a fib off that high a day to low a day, because especially on very volatile days, these fibs absolutely love being respected. So when we get a fib level to line up with a level of support or resistance, it only validates it even more. And so right now we went ahead and drew a fib from high a day to low of day to get an idea of where we could bounce back up to. And right off the bat, we can see all of these levels being honored. The 78.6 fib level was honored. Right, we broke above. Where did we just break up to? We just broke up to the 61.8 level, right? Next level that we could break up to would be 429.91, which is slightly above the VWAP, right? So all of these levels are potential overhead targets on the SPY. And all we're looking for now is a reversal formation, whether that's a double top, a false breakout, a 5-minute doji, at a level of resistance. We're just waiting for one of these levels of resistance to be hit. and to see some type of reversal formation form to tell us, hey, right, that was a short-lived bounce, a short-term bounce. We found resistance. We're looking to reverse back over and continue this overall downtrend that we have on the SPY. So yes, I do think we could absolutely come back down to low a day. And low a day was right around 426.62. But at this point in time, we just need to wait for one of these levels to be hit to actually see it being held down as resistance, some kind of reversal formation, whether that's a double top, whether we start to see those lower highs move in, maybe we see some divergence. There's got to be something that really screams, hey, this is the top, this is resistance, this is where I'm going to start rolling on over before we actually capture that move back down the low a day. And again, low a day is 426.62. And so right off the bat, what did we just notice with the SPY, right? Not only did we push right back up to that prior level of support and resistance, right? We had a spiking high right up to that level. We're also being held down by the 61.8 Fibonacci level. So we have prior support, prior resistance, okay? We hit it as resistance. We also have our fib level. And one other thing that I notice is the SPY technically put in a higher high, but we're losing momentum on the 1 minute, right? So we have a little bit of this 1 minute divergence right off high a day. We're losing momentum. We see it with the RSI. We see the divergence. We see the false breakout over that level of resistance. And that level of resistance also happens to be the 61.8 fib level. So right now, that could have very well been the high off this short-term retracement. Now we could absolutely start to see the SPY roll back over down to low a day and then potentially down to 425.77. However, if we continue to build these higher lows and we do indeed break above that 429 mark, the 61.8 fib level, where could we go next? Well, we could absolutely see this back up towards around 430. All right, guys, I lost track of time. I was having fun with you, locking in some profits, looking to see if we had any afternoon opportunity before we dived into lunch. But right now, guys, we're still watching the SPY. You need to keep those levels on watch. Again, before you enter any kind of short position, just make sure you have the right trade, right? Make sure you have some type of reversal formation, something that really stands out to you that screams, hey, I'm reversing. I'm getting ready to start rolling back over. Short me. Right? And that could absolutely take place right around this 429.17 resistance level. So you have opportunity to the short side on the SPY. You don't like trading options and you want to trade shares. You could look to trade UVXY to the long side because if the SPY drops, UVXY is going to start rising. So watch UVXY over lunch. Definitely be watching the SPY. Penny stocks right now are absolutely dead. We'll go ahead and come back this afternoon, reassess, see what opportunity there is, continue to make great trades, locking in some big time profits. All right, guys, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here right around 2 o'clock as we dive into Power Hour commentary and as we dive into a nice little open floor discussion, Q&A session. We'll have some fun, drop those value bombs, looking to see if there's any other opportunity left in this market to end our day even more profitable than what we are right now. Good job and good work, traders. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here in about an hour and 45 minutes. Let's end it the way we always end it, baby. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Good job and good work, traders. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here in just about an hour and 45 minutes. Get hyped up, get ready, because we're hitting it hard. Have a good lunch, team, and I'll see you guys a little bit later. Take care. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on, traders? Welcome back. I hope you guys had a wonderful lunch and that you guys are fired up, ready to rock and roll to lock in some of those big time profits here into the day. So how we all doing? Who's with me? Who is ready to rock and roll and end this day on a strong and profitable note? Because I tell you what, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to lock in some big time profits and end this beautiful hump day. Very, very profitable. So how we all doing? Once again, hopefully you guys had a great lunch and we are here ready to make it happen. So right now, still the number one watch at this point in time is the good old SPY. And the good old SPY right now getting absolutely beaten down, hit hard, fading and falling. Right now, we are currently sitting below yesterday's low of day. So what a massive day to the downside. Again, definitely coming into the day saying, you know what, today definitely seems like a red day. Definitely think we have more opportunity to the downside. And look at that, guys, 433 all the way down to 425. Now, sure, the question is, Josh, how much lower can the SPY go? Well, right now, let's go ahead and mark up our levels. Yesterday's low was 425.86. Let's go ahead and get that 425.86 marked up. And we can see here that we're just sitting around this level. We came down, bounced a few times, dropped below it, back above it, back below it, back above it. So we're just really chopping around yesterday's low. So let's see what takes place. Are we going to stay below this level, make a new low of day below 425 and possibly get that next leg down? Or is the SPY strong enough to get back above that 425.88 and possibly get a nice big rip and run back up towards around 427.20? Again, I don't know. Time will tell. But what I do know is either way, long or short, there's still some great opportunity here to lock in some profits, guys. So right now, that is what I'm doing. I'm sitting back. I am waiting to see what takes place over the next couple of minutes to see if we have a great trade coming on up. Now, as far as the SPY, how low could it go? Well, the next level is going to be that lower shadow that we hit, 420.80. So $420.80 would be the next support level to the downside here on the SPY. And right now, we are going to have some resistance back up towards around that 427.11. All right, so we know what's going on with the SPY. We have a little bit of time. Same thing with the Qs, right? We have some resistance on the Qs, 334.64. And pretty much the same type of movement, the same price action. Both the SPY and the Qs have this intraday downtrend. They're both below prior levels of support, now as resistance. Resistance on the Qs is 334.64. And resistance on the SPY is 427.11. Low of day, 425 on the SPY. Cracking below low of day, we have room to fade on down to 420.80. The Qs, low of day, 333. And low a day is actually the Q's lower shadow, right? So on the 24th, the low of day was 334.12. We're actually below that level. The SPY on the same day, on the 24th, its low a day was 420. So the SPY still has about another potentially $5, right, to fall to the downside. The Q's are right at that prior bounce level. So looking at the Q's, how much lower could we see these go? Right? How much lower could the Qs actually drop? You know, we can definitely see it down towards around 331.70. Go ahead and remove that alert out. So yeah, I would say probably back down towards around 331.70. And then if we crack below that level, looking to come all the way back down next towards around 328.70. So far on the day, we are down almost 4 points on the SPY, down almost 5 points on the Qs. Today, we are down 1.3% on the Qs, down a little bit less than 1% on the SPY because we had a slight gap up into the 433s. So right now we look at the SPY, all-time high, 479.98. We are currently down 11%, so we're still in correction territory. Now the Qs are actually nearing crash territory, guys. So let's see, what are the Qs down right now? The Qs are currently down from those all-time highs 18%. So ladies and gentlemen, if the Qs drop below 426, you're going to start hearing the term market crash. The markets are crashing. Oh my gosh, we're down 20%. This is a market crash. Yeah, just a big old correction, guys. I would say it's just one big old correction. So yeah, right now we're getting there, guys. We're down about what, 18% from the all-time highs on the Qs. Another $8 drop, $7 drop to the downside. That's going to be exceeding 20%, and then you're going to start probably hearing the term crash a lot more than you've already heard. So definitely still seeing a lot of room to the downside, guys. You know, we're definitely we definitely look like we have some more room to the downside. The Qs, maybe even 315 and then low 300s before we see it bounce back up. And the SPY, again, we have room to 420.80. Below that level, 414. Below 414, we could see it back down in the low 400s. So there's still a lot of downside potential. And I'm just kind of sitting on my hands cash-wise. I'm not really buying this dip. I was buying the dip, the SPY, the Qs, ARK, a lot of these individual stocks as well when we saw that solid consolidation back in January. So late January, we saw like 5 days just holding above 430, holding above 430, holding above 430. I was actually averaging in, dollar cost averaging into my long-term investments. Right now, I still think we have more room to the downside, so I'm going to wait. I want to make sure that I have enough cash sitting on the sidelines to where if we do indeed come down the 400 bucks, I'm going to be able to get the dip a lot better. So I'm still sitting back waiting to add to anything right now. You know, I kind of want to add to Roblox. I want to add to SoFi. I want to add, you know, really across the board, but I still think we have more room to the downside in the broader market, which in turn is going to pull all of these other stocks down as well, most likely. How are these pennies doing? IMPP, weak. INDO, choppy. What did ISPO do today? It did absolutely nothing, but I still want to keep it on watch. MITO, not a lot. So again, right now, small caps, dead, not a lot of action. Our focus is going to remain here on the SPY, here on the Qs, and then I'm still going to be looking to trade UVXY like I've been doing today. Where's my P&L box? Where'd my P&L box go? Oh, it got hidden off the screen. Here we go. Let's tab it back over. Dot, dot, dot. There we go. Cool. So it'd be nice to make, you know, 1,200 bucks today, because that's what I lost yesterday. I was down, I think it was 1,200 bucks yesterday. I can't even remember what happened. I got to go back and look at my journal. I think it was something happened and I got distracted and I took a loss. I can't remember, but all I know is I'm down 1,200 bucks, up 955 on the day. So this week I'm still technically red. Yeah, yesterday on my my main account, I think I was down 1,200. I made small 150 on my other account, so nothing crazy there. And then right now, I'm just making up the loss from yesterday. But yeah, February's been a challenging month for me, guys. It really has. And I want to share this with you because, again, you know, I've been doing this for, you know, a little over 7 years now. And I still have red months. I still have red weeks. I go on red streaks. Some of the best traders out there, guys, they lose more than they win, but their winners are what? Bigger than their losses, to where they can still make profits. And a lot of professionals too, guys, you know, a lot of people that have been doing this for a very long time, again, they have red months, they have red weeks, they go on red streaks. It's inevitable. It happens. We know that over the course of the year, over the course of, you know, 6 months or a quarter, we know that we're going to be profitable. So with that being said, I'm currently down still for the month of February. And you're like, what, Josh? You've been doing this for a while. You're down? How do you handle that? Like, how do you react? How do you handle being down for the month of February? Well, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. I can't do anything about the trades that I've already taken. All I can do is try and close out my month strong. Maybe get back to break even. If I'm down, I'm down. I just go back and review all of my trades, knowing that, hey, next month could be a killer month. I could exceed my target. I could also lose money. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I continue to stick to what works. I don't trade emotionally. I stick to my plan, stick to my playbook, right? I know that at the end of the day, at the end of the year, I will be profitable. So that's literally my mindset, right? I'm down for the month. As a newer trader, I would be very frustrated and I would put a lot of force into trying to make that back in the next month just to overtrade, not trade the best setups, really trading out of emotion. So now I put my mindset in, you know, my mindset is, you know, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. At this point in time, the trades that I took yesterday, last week, there's nothing I can do. All I can do is learn from those trades. What could I have done better this month to see better results, right? What could I have done better to not have lost money, right? Maybe I should have been less aggressive. Maybe I should have been more aggressive consistently instead of coming in one day being less aggressive, the next day being very aggressive. Maybe I need to stick to that consistency, right? So again, if I have a big red day, I'm staying consistent across the board with my sizing to where I have bigger green days. Maybe I could have offsetted some of those red days with bigger green days by keeping that, you know, consistent, right? It's controlled aggression, but maybe being more consistent with my position sizing versus being 50-50 this month. That's something I can do. But all I know is I'm going to close out my month. I'm going to sit down and review my trades at the end of the month. I'm going to look and see what I traded, my position sizing. I'm going to pull this data from my log trades and just try and get an idea of what I could have done different this month to see better results. Did I have any distractions? Was I stressed? Was I overwhelmed? What played a factor into the red month? And I'm just going to learn from it. I'm going to take things from it and apply it next month, again, to see better results, because there's nothing I can do about the trades that have already been taken. I just need to learn from them and move forward. It is what it is. We can't do anything about it. All we can do is learn. So again, right now, I just want to be open with you guys. Again, I try to be as transparent as possible, as thorough, as honest. If I have a great green day, why was it a great green day? Am I having a red day? Why is it a red day? Are there things that I'm dealing with outside of trading that could be bleeding into my trading in a negative way? Right? I want you guys to get into my mind. You know, how my mind works, how I think about things, how I handle losses, how I handle, you know, red months, red weeks, red days, all that good stuff. So you guys know that, hey, we're all going to have, you know, bad days, bad weeks, maybe even bad months, but it's how we handle those and how we bounce back even stronger. So again, I like to be transparent and honest with you guys, and that's where I'm currently at for the month, and that's how I'm going to handle my month when it comes down to my monthly review. And the beautiful thing, guys, is what? We still have some time for the month. We still have a total of 4 trading days, and anything can happen in the next 4 trading days. But my goal is to not lose any more, right? My goal is to, if I'm going to lose $2,000, I'm going to lose $2,000. I'm not going to lose 3, 4, or 5. I'm going to lose 2 this month. I'm just going to walk away, biting the bullet, down $2K on the month. But if I can somehow bounce back and make $2,000 by the end of the month and break even, that's awesome. If I can make profit and be somewhat profitable, that's great. But I'm not going to force anything, and I'm not going to, again, force, hey, I have to make $2,000, because that is going to lead me to trading emotionally, over trading, not taking the best setup. So right now, my main goal is really preservation, capital preservation, not digging myself into a bigger hole if anything, trying to reduce how deep the hole is so it's easier to bounce back next month. So again, right now we're just sitting back, relaxed, waiting to see what the SPY is going to do. Are you guys good with audio? Are you guys getting the audio? We're all set. We're good. Just want to make sure. Haven't seen any messages in chat since lunch. Just want to make sure you guys are still here, that we're all set, and make sure we're on the same page as far as what we're doing and how we're going to attack the end of the day. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure audio was coming in. When I'm talking for like 20 minutes and I don't see any messages, I'm like, am I coming through? Is the audio working? Are we good? So, no, that's good. I just want to make sure that we're all set, guys. Thank you. So, and what we can do while the market's a little bit on the slower side is let's open up for a nice little open floor discussion. Right? Dougie, just learning. Is there anything that you're struggling with right now? Is there anything that you need clarification on? Right? Let's go ahead and take this time while the market's still developing, while it's a little bit on the slower side, to drop those value bombs to get you guys educated. Right? I try and provide education every single day. But at the same time, I realize it may be two back-to-back. You know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Right? We do a lesson every single day. It's like, man, I just learned 4 new things this week, and I still need time to digest those things. That's why I've made a slight structure change to how we go about our lessons. So moving forward, we're going to do 2 structured lessons a week, and we're going to do 2 open floor discussions. That gives us those additional 2 days to talk about something that pertains to you, or to also go back and review a prior lesson from the prior day, just to make sure that it's sinking in, to make sure that you're walking away understanding what we're talking about, again, versus every single day being a brand new topic, and sometimes that can be a little overwhelming. So let's take the time to do that. Open floor discussion, Q&A session as the SPY's developing, as we're waiting for that potential opportunity. Let's use our time wisely and get you guys educated. Jakey Lakey, you are in Profits Chat, my man. Just want to throw that out there. You are typing away in Profits Chat. Come on over and join us in Stock Talk Chat. It's your honesty that made me know you was the guy I wanted to work with. Thank you very much, Tim. I appreciate the kind words. Again, that was just one of the things that I realized I didn't get enough of, was honesty and transparency as a new trader. I saw the big green days. I didn't see the big red days. And I know that the person was taking red days. And I'm like, hey, show me the red days. Teach me why you're losing money. How are you handling these losses? What's your mindset, right? How are you going to bounce back? Don't just show me all your green days. Show me those red days that I know you're taking, and let me get into your mind, right? What's your mindset? How are you handling these red days? Why was it a red trade in the first place, right? Walk me through the trade. I was like, man, if I would have just had that transparency and that honesty, I would have learned a lot better. Not only learning from successes, but hey, I learn a lot better from people's failures, from their mistakes. You can learn from those successes, you can learn from those failures and those mistakes as well. And hey, this has been a great month of a lot of mistakes that you guys can learn from me, right? I'm learning from a lot of my mistakes. And again, I want to just be as thorough and transparent as possible as far as, you know, what's going on. Why am I making these mistakes? Why am I down for the month of February? Because I know you guys can learn from that, just like you learn from the big green months that we have. So is it a bad idea to keep dollar cost averaging in on a day trade instead of just taking losses? Yes, I think it is a bad idea, Tim. I do. especially as a newer trader. I still don't average down into losing positions that much. It's rare. You will see me occasionally averaging down because I still believe in the trade, but you don't see me doing it all of the time. As a newer trader, I highly suggest that you do not do that because I've just ran into that a lot of times. I'm in a trade, I should have cut my loss. It looks like it's going to bounce back. I add to it. It doesn't bounce back. It moves lower. All right, man, I should cut my loss, but it looks like it's going to bounce back. Let me add a little bit more to it, right? And then it doesn't bounce back and it moves lower. Initially, it was a $200 loss. Now I'm averaging to it. I'm trading emotionally. I'm trying to just, let me bring the cost basis down. Let me bring my cost basis down. And the stock never would move back up. That's how I blew up a lot of accounts. But as you grow and as you gain more knowledge and experience as a trader, and you understand risk management, you understand, hey, if I add another 1,000 shares here and I get stopped out, this is my loss. Can I accept it? As long as you're able to do those things and still manage the trade and manage your risk and understand what the outcome's going to be as you grow and develop and get that experience, yes, then once you have that skill set mastered, yes, then you can dollar cost average into a day trade. But as a newer trader, I don't recommend it because my experience was, again, dollar cost averaging into just bad trades and not knowing at that point in time, man, this is just a bad trade. It's not going to bounce back. And never understanding what my new risk was going to be by dollar cost averaging in. From an initial trade with a set stop loss, I was like 10xing how much I was losing, and that's how I blew up a lot of my accounts. So once you are confident in your ability to manage your risk, to get prepared, to accept your risk, to understand what the outcome is going to be by building those trade plans. Once you have mastered that, once you are confident in your ability to do those things, then you can dabble with averaging down into, say, a losing position. But again, you have to understand what the new risk is going to be, your new cost basis. You have to understand those things and still go through that process so you know what the outcome is going to be, and then accepting the outcome before dollar cost averaging in. Newer traders will just blindly add to a losing position. Again, blindly, not taking consideration what market conditions are, not taking into consideration, hey, this is a strong downtrend and there's no sign of a reversal. That's how newer traders blow up accounts, is because they just dollar cost average into a losing trade blindly. But when you start learning how to take that blindfold off, that's when you can strategically average down into a losing trade to get back in the green or to make those losses back. So I know that was a very long answer, right? You're like, dude, I just wanted a yes or a no, Josh. You gave me a 10-minute long explanation, but I want you to understand why it's a bad idea. Not just saying yes or no, but hey, no, and here's why. So you're like, that makes a lot of sense. I need to work on this. I need to work on that. And then maybe, just maybe, I could start dabbling with adding to a, say, losing position, averaging down, especially if I still believe in that stock and believe that, hey, it's going to bounce back. Exactly, Frank. Yeah, you'll definitely learn better from mistakes. Exactly. And a lot of my mistakes this month was just being overwhelmed. That's it. Like, I am struggling this month with trading because I'm bringing a lot of stressors from other things, and it's bleeding into my trading. So again, we have a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, right? The new developments, the mobile applications we're still testing, the new redesign, the rebranding, customizing some shirts. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes with Alpha Day Trading that you guys don't see when we're in the market trading. And a lot of these things have been somewhat stressing me out. And again, that's been bleeding into my trading. So now I'm taking trades, and let's just say I have a loss, right? Normally I'm like, hey, it is what it is. We'll bounce back. I'm allowing these other little stressors to stress me out with my trading, which is making me take more aggressive positions, take bigger losses. I'm less consistent. I'm very inconsistent. So again, I've identified why I've had a bad February. And it's not terrible, but it's a red month. And I've identified what that is. I'm allowing these external stressors bleed into my trading, and now I'm getting stressed with trading, which is very rare and very uncommon for me to get frustrated, for me to feel stressed out, to revenge trade, to be aggressive when I shouldn't be aggressive. It's kind of clouding my judgment. It's blinding me from taking, action the right way that I normally approach the market. So that's my issue this month. And so what do I need to do? I need to really separate my trading from everything else that's going on. And if I feel stressed out and I feel, man, I'm overwhelmed, I have a lot going on, my goodness, and I have that feeling, I can think back to February. What did I do in February? I continued the trade. Those stressors bled into my day trading. So what do I need to do differently for the month of March if I'm still, say, overwhelmed, right? I need to take a step back from my trading, reduce my position sizing, not trade as much until I'm back focused in the zone. And again, trading is my trading. And it's crazy how nothing trading related is causing me to have a poor February. But that happens, right? Lack of sleep, bad diet, whatever the case is. Those little things that have nothing to do with your technical ability to read charts, to manage risk, those external things can make a negative impact on your trading. So how do you overcome those things? You just have to be mindful and observant and realize that point in time when those things could cause an issue that could cause, a negative impact to your trading, and just make the conscious decision to say, you know what? Lack of sleep today, or hey, I didn't do my morning routine, or hey, right? I'm stressed out from yesterday and I still feel stressed today. Just observe that, be aware of that, be mindful of that, and make the conscious decision to say, you know what? I'm not going to trade today until I feel confident and refocused. So what I'd like to see here on the SPY, guys, right? We got that crack below 425.14. I was kind of wanting to see this push back up into that 425.14 to get long on UVXY, but right now I don't know if I'm going to be able to wait, because it looks like the SPY is going to continue dropping on off here. So if the SPY continues to drop on off, I do have a small position on UVXY. If we continue to make a new low a day, maybe we can get a quick little pop here on UVXY, continue to lock in some good profits. So small little position on UVXY, looking for the low a day on the SPY. So again, I'm long UVXY, and again, we want to see the SPY continue to drop. I wanted to see the SPY back up to 425.14, retest that level, and then dump on off. But when we have this much momentum and this much pressure to the downside, we may not get those full big time retracements back up for the best of the best entry. It may just be a momentum trade where we're just looking to scalp this, let's say off the 9 EMA, right? We fall on down, quick little pop on up into the 9 EMA, and then it curls on down. Pops up to the 9 EMA, then it curls on down. So as long as we're below the 9 EMA, I'm still short on the SPY, which in turn means I'm long on UVXY. But if we start popping back above the 9 EMA, I will close my long position, UVXY, and wait for the SPY to come back up towards around that 425.14 mark. But right now, I feel okay with my long position on UVXY. Looking to see how much lower the SPY is going to go here. I'm keeping my stop very, very tight on UVXY. We don't see an immediate low a day on the SPY and it continue to crack, fade, and fall. I will be looking to get out of UVXY. Right now I'm in at 1781. I'm going to go ahead and start closing out here because we're not cracking and just dropping on off below low a day here on the SPY. So I do not want to get caught up in a big time bounce here on the SPY. I was just looking to trade this off the momentum. So I'm going to go ahead and get out right now because we are bouncing here. We could see it bounce back up to that 425.14. And if that takes place, that's where I will look to re-enter my UVXY long position, looking for the SPY to continue the fade and to continue to fall. And right now, guys, penny stocks, small caps, there is nothing going on at this point in time. Right now, we're focused on the SPY. You guys could look at the Qs as well. And then I'm personally trading UVXY. And there was the low a day. So I got out just a little too soon, but I wanted to do the right thing and not watch UVXY drop 10 cents on me when I have, 4,000 shares. But it's a momentum play. So still sitting back and waiting. So at this point in time, if I miss the move lower, that's okay. It'll set right back up. But at this point in time, I'm going to wait for that 425.14 retest. So basically the same thing we've been doing all day, right? The SPY cracks below a level of support. We wait for the stock to move back up and retest old support as new resistance. And if it gets rejected, we're looking to continue to short the SPY to the downside. And that's literally what we've been doing all day. Crack support, retest, short. Crack support, retest, short. Right here. Cracking support, retest, we're short. We just cracked support. Let's see if we can get a retest for the short for the next leg down. And this is the hard part, right? That was the easy part, right? Doing our TA. Okay, here's support. We cracked. We want to wait for the retest to enter the short position. That's the easy part. Getting our preparation done. Doing our due diligence, marking up our levels, getting prepared, having a plan. That's the easy part. What's the hard part? Now it's being patient, right? That's what's hard, is actually sitting back on your hands, being patient, not jumping the gun, but waiting for your opportunity, your trade. So this is the challenge, being able to sit back and wait for that trade to present itself. And if that trade doesn't present itself, then we look for another potential opportunity. And again, get prepared, build our plan, and then wait and be patient. So right now I have 0 open positions. So I'm just kind of looking through some of these other stocks that we have on our watch list for options, looking to see if anything really stands out. PayPal's getting absolutely just smacked, absolutely beaten down. It's very tempting to start picking up some PayPal around $100, but I do believe we could see PayPal down towards around 84. So not just yet. I want to add to Roblox, but there's no sign of this reversing or bouncing back up. Until we see some consolidation, I do not plan on getting involved in Roblox. My cost basis right now is 68. Woo-wee! 68 is my cost basis. And I started my adding Roblox right here around 81. We saw some consolidation a couple weeks back. I was adding here as well. Earnings not good. I'm kind of waiting for the same thing. Some consolidation, and I can continue to add to Roblox as it's a long-term investment for me. It's one of my my metaverse plays. So right now, it's very tempting to add to it. I still have cash to add to Roblox. Again, when you dollar cost average in, you don't go all in at once. You don't go all in at once. The reason we dollar cost average in is for this reason here. And Roblox is a great example, right? If I would have went all in here, I'd be down substantially, almost 50% of my investment. But I added here, started scaling in, gonna start scaling in again. So I'm not even completely invested, right? If I have $10,000 that I want to put into Roblox, I was adding $1,500 here, $1,500 here, and I still have $7,000 to still add to it. So technically speaking, if I wanted to invest 10K in the Roblox and I would have went all in here at 80, I'd be down 5 grand. Well, I didn't throw 10 grand all in at once. I added 15 here, 15 here. I'm going to put another 15 here. So I'm only 50% invested. So on my total investment that I want to add to Roblox, I'm not down 50%, I'm down 20%. 50% on my current position, but I still have an additional $5,000, $6,000 sitting in cash waiting to continue to add to Roblox. Does that make sense? All right, why we dollar cost average into our investments just in case the stock continues to drop. Again, always having some surplus cash on the sidelines to where you have some buying power to continue to buy these dips. And again, these are long-term investments, right? I do not really care about short-term price movement. Long-term, 10, 20 years, Roblox is one of my metaverse plays, right? Unity is one of my metaverse plays. So I have a lot of riskier, right? They're considered riskier, more speculative investments. But again, you just have to go about it the right way. Understand that, hey, the first year or 2 years, you can absolutely get beaten up. And so far, I'm absolutely getting beaten up across the board, but still longevity, long-term wise, 5 years, 10 years, there's still a lot of great upside potential. So I can't be too concerned about, the day-to-day movement. I'm still thinking longer term. So if Roblox wants to continue the drop, hey, it's cheaper and less expensive for me to continue the dollar cost average into. So right now, team, it is 241 in the market. And again, our number one watch is the SPY here, guys. The SPY now down 1.4%. From the high a day, we are currently down 10 points. That's a pretty big drop on the SPY here, guys. Now, I still wouldn't be looking to swing this short unless you're going out 30 to 45 days. I definitely wouldn't be looking to swing like weeklies or anything like that. Because again, we know that when we get overextended in either direction, we typically get a nice little rebound. So we are very extended to the downside from around 450 back down towards the low 420s. You can expect maybe a short-term bounce on up before you see it roll back on over. So again, if you're looking for any kind of short-term swings, I would definitely not do that, right? Not swinging weekly expiration contracts because again, we are definitely overextended. It's very volatile. You're going to probably just get chopped out of that position. But if you're still thinking long-term, 30 to 45 days, we still have potential to the downside, then that's something that I would do is maybe look 30 to 45 days out on your expirations on the SPY. Because I still believe we have some potential down to 414 and then all the way down towards the low 400s, maybe around 404 on the SPY. So what are the 410 puts going 45 days out? Go 37 out. What are the four? They're pretty expensive, right? They're going to be pretty darn expensive. The 418s are $1,200. 410s are $1,000, but still you get a little bit of protection, not as much theta. They're not going to move as drastically. A little bit safer going, 30 to 45 days out. But again, I would expect a short-term bounce on up before we actually see the markets curl back over and continue to drop to the downside. So right now, I'm not touching anything. I'm just day trading these. So that was the right trade. That was definitely the right trade on my part to jump in for the momentum push for that continuation to the downside. But like I said, if we started popping back up above the 9 EMA, I was going to cut it. And the last thing that I wanted to do was hold on just a little too long and watch the SPY rebound and watch UVXY dump and give back, what profits I do have for the day. So I'm still, definitely keeping my focus here on the SPY, looking for the next best opportunity. So again, guys, if you have any questions at all, do not hesitate to let me know, guys. I'm here to help you out. Let's go ahead and do a quick scan through some of these pennies while the SPY bounces back up. AMTD. A very slow, light volume grinder. ENSV. Not doing too much anymore. How's STRN looking? Did STRN ever try and bounce back up? It did not. Just sitting sideways with no volume. So we're definitely not missing anything with penny stocks. So if we stay below 424 on the SPY, I'm going to jump back into UVXY here. So UVXY would probably be down towards around 1785. I could risk maybe 5 to 10 cents on UVXY, and that would give me a little bit of breathing room here on the SPY, just in case it does pop over that level momentarily. So let's see what takes place. I have no positions right now, as you guys can see. Looking to see where the SPY is going to go. So if we do get back above that 424.16, You do have a good amount of resistance right around 424.58. And then over that 424.58, we could absolutely see the SPY back up towards around that 425. So still not in. I'm waiting. UVXY right now is at 1790. Kind of 50-50. I kind of want to pull the trigger here on UVXY. But at the same time, the SPY is notorious for looking like it's going to be held down below resistance. It's a quick fake out, and then it drops on back down. So I'm just kind of waiting to see how these candles close on out. But I definitely want to get a position going on UVXY. I missed it. I hesitated too much, guys. I did. I hesitated just a little bit because UVXY came down to that 1786, and I was looking at UVXY at 1785, and I just hesitated a little too much on that one. You know, HOOK is holding up pretty well. You know, we weren't doing too much out of the gate, but overall today we've had a decent little, 40-cent push to the upside. At first glance, there's nothing that really stands out to me on the daily chart as far as like any kind of chart formation. Then we start putting this in like a 15-minute time frame and a higher time frame. It's still nothing that really stands out to me that looks super appealing. So we'll continue to keep HOOK on watch, but right now, at first glance, I don't really see a whole lot that stands out to me. It's just, again, 220 resistance, break and hold, came down 220. Quick little pop today to 270 resistance. So, I mean, if it does break 270, it would have room back up to 3. But again, at first glance, I don't really see anything that stands out to me as to why we would be, jumping in right now at this point in time. But definitely still on watch, adding it to the, well, not adding it, but keeping it on the prior day mover list. And we'll see if there's any opportunity this afternoon or even tomorrow. If you are watching it, like, hey, Josh, what are we looking at here? If this stock does break on out, where could it go? Well, it could definitely get back up to 3. But first, we need to start breaking back above this 270 level. Support right now is back down at 220. So the spy's flirting with me right here, guys, making me really want to jump on into UVXY. So right now we're at resistance, maybe a teeny weeny short-term uptrend, but every time I feel like jumping in, UVXY pops up an additional 10 cents, and I just feel like I'm 10 cents too late. So I keep missing that potential trade on UVXY, but there's still a lot of great opportunity here, guys. Even if I'm late, it still may be a pretty good trade to the long side, as the SPY still looks pretty weak at this point in time. So I'm starting a position on UVXY, looking to see if the SPY's gonna drop on off here back down the low a day. Here we go. This is where we should start seeing that drop back down the low a day. Below that 423.50. Definitely showing potential to get back down to 423. So I'm still holding on to the UVXY long. Looking to see if the SPY can drop another 40-ish cents. We could definitely see UVXY pop up another 10 to 15 cents. There we go. There's a quick pop on up. So SPY right back down at 423. UVXY should be right around 18.20. That's about 20 cents a share. Right now, it's not getting that big time crack. The SPY is definitely trying to hold on up here. So I'm going to go stops right at break even on UVXY just to prevent an unnecessary loss if the SPY is going to bounce back up here. I'm still holding right now. I got about 8 cents of breathing room, 9 cents of breathing room, so we're doing good. About 160. Come on, SPY. Get that big old drop for us. So right now, just because I want to keep my my losses very manageable and very minimal, I am going to go ahead and bring my stop loss up mentally right at break even. I'd rather go ahead and get out and break even on the trade. If anything, lock in maybe a couple bucks. I could always look to re-enter the trade. But the last thing I want to do is see the SPY bounce back up to that 424.16 and watch UVXY dump on off and take an unnecessary $200-300 loss. So I'm still holding right now. Stops are very, very tight though, right at break even, because I could always look to re-enter, and the SPY's not dropping on off like I had hoped. Not really hoped, like I had anticipated. So, I'm going to go ahead and just, cut it for now. And again, I've missed a couple of the best entries, and I missed this one. I was a little too late. Got this one here, but we're not really seeing this fade and fall the way that I was that I was expecting. So went ahead and just cut it. I'm still right at the same P&L that I had, right at 800 bucks on the day. And right now, just playing it safe. That's all I'm doing, is right now I'm just playing it very, very safe. I see a good trade, I take it. If I'm not getting that immediate move on how I expect to see it play on out, I'm just gonna go ahead and play it safe and get out. If I see the stock set back up, I'll be more than happy to jump right back in until I catch that potential move and, you know, catch those profits. So what are you gonna do, Spy? What are you going to do? I mean, it definitely looks like it wants to move lower. And I do apologize, I'm not talking as much as I normally do this afternoon. I have a really massive headache. My allergies, obviously, are still kicking my butt. And so, just feel a little out of it right now, guys. Again, headache, allergies kicking my butt, but I'm still here. We're rocking, looking for those opportunities. I know I'm just not as on top of it like I normally am with commentary. But again, if you guys have questions, don't hesitate. Let me know. I'm here for you guys. Right now, we're just looking at the SPY. We still have potential down the 423. Below low of day, we could see the SPY down towards around that 420.80. So pretty much call it 421. You guys do know that I am trading UVXY. That's an inverse ETF. I'm not trading options on the SPY. I'm also not trading equities. I'd rather go ahead and trade UVXY, as UVXY today is moving pretty nice as well. Again, if you guys are just now tuning in and you're like, what is UVXY? That is an inverse ETF. It is. There's the drop. There's the quick drop. But then when we get that quick drop, it may bounce back up even quicker. So keep your stops nice and tight. If you guys are short SPY, if we break above this downtrend, I would go ahead and get out. Right now, you want to continue to see this selling momentum just move on in, right? And just get pulled down. Anytime we crack on down, we just get pulled down very sharply. We want to continue to see the same thing, right? We see that volume pop up. We see a lot of volume start moving on in. We want to just see it get pulled on down. Get pulled on down. We want to see it get pulled on down with no issues. So we really want to see it down at 423 and then ideally cracking below 423 and make a new low a day. So keep on dropping. There we go. We're dropping. We're getting some action over on UVXY. There's a new low a day. We got 200 bucks. There we go. How much lower are we going? We gonna keep on dropping? Gonna keep on dropping? Keep on dropping, SPY. It took long enough, Owen. Took long enough, but we got it. You know, we got a quick little 10 cents a share over on UVXY. Right now, my stop loss mentally is break even. That's what I've been doing, playing it very, very safe. If I jump on in, it's a very low risk entry. And when I have some breathing room, I'm mentally putting my stop loss at break even just to not dig a hole and not to give any of my my profits back. I still want to get involved. I still want to take advantage of these opportunities. But when I have some breathing room, I do bring my stop to break even, and I can always look to re-enter the trade. That's happened 2 times in the past 30 minutes. I had a trade on UVXY. I got stopped out at break even. I had another trade for a small profit. And then this one, same thing. Running a hard stop mentally at break even here. And I got about 10 cents of breathing room. I want to see how much lower the SPY can go. We could absolutely see UVXY to 1825, assuming the SPY gets down towards around 422. I may go ahead and take half here and just lock in a little bit of these profits, but we're still getting pulled down on the SPY, so I still want to hold on just a little bit longer if I can, just to see if we get that break and that rip on up. I'm going to go ahead and lock in half here on UVXY, so I went ahead and locked in half. And I'll run the rest at break even. So I do have half my position. Cost basis is still $17.95. I took half at $18.04 for about 9 cents a share. Right now, the SPY is bouncing up pretty nice here, so I may be cutting my last little bit of position that I have on UVXY. I'm still up about 10 cents a share, even though the SPY bounced on up. We didn't see UVXY dump on off. So UVXY is still holding strong, even though the SPY had a nice little bounce there. So I still have about 10 cents of breathing room here on UVXY. And same thing, Corey. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't want to lose a nice green day, but I still want to take advantage of the opportunities that we're seeing. So I'm jumping on in with very tight stop losses initially, trying to basically just, get the best of the best to the penny execution to where I have, again, very nice tight stops. If the trade doesn't start moving in my direction that I'm anticipating, I get out very, very quick, right around break even or a teeny weeny paper cut. And when the trade works out, we're going to go ahead and lock in those profits quick and then bring those stops to break even and see if we can leave a little bit of a runner on the table. And that's exactly what I did with UVXY. Took some initial profits quick, about 10 cents a share. I'm still holding 50% of my initial position, and we're still up about 13 cents a share. So I'd like to see the SPY crack on down. Come down the 422, baby. You look like you want it. Let's get it. There we go. New low a day. UVXY is at 18.12. Let's lock in a little bit more profits here. Just a smidge. So I would say back below like 18.10, I'll lock in another half of my half. And then I'll be holding 600 shares long on UVXY just to see how much lower the SPY wants to go. So right now we're up about, what is that, 20 cents a share on UVXY. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. There's 18.15, 18.16. Keep making those lows a day, SPY. Keep making those low of day. It's definitely trying to hold on up here. I may be locking in another half, and I'm going to go ahead and do that in 3, 2, not yet. Still slightly hitting those lows. I would say if the SPY gets a strong break back above, like 422.50, that would bring UVXY down below 1810, and that's where I'll go ahead and start locking up this profit. Like I said, my goal, if I see the opportunities, if I see the trades, my goal is to get back to what I lost yesterday and call it a day. And right now, I'm very, very close. Okay, we're locking it up. We are currently out $1,118. I am literally $90 away from being break even on the week. Now that's exciting. You're like, what? You're excited to be break even? Absolutely, absolutely. So now we're just gonna rinse and repeat. Same thing. Wait for the SPY to pop back up into a level of resistance, okay? If we see that level of resistance really holding the stock down, I'm still looking to trade UVXY to the long side. And you guys could still be scalping these puts. Well, if it wasn't for the big loss on STRN, today would be a really good day. But again, I came in pretty aggressive. I really liked the potential with STRN. I actually got caught up in the rug pull. So I got caught up in the STRN Dumperooski. And I was taking this one earlier in the day, right here. So I saw the volume slowly increasing. We had these higher lows. It had that potential to get that break up to 2. We did break above those pre-market highs. And right there is where I noticed we were really holding above those pre-market highs. So I was watching, I was waiting. I saw that we were holding above those pre-market highs, right around that 181 to 182. I saw potential for a break over 191 up to $2. So I got pretty aggressive on this trade. I caught it as the stock started breaking here. I think I caught it at like 187 or 188. I was looking for that immediate push over that prior high up to $2. So I was long. We hit that new high and I got caught in that. I was like, all right, it's coming back down 182. If we hold this level, might get another bounce back up, and then we just got absolutely destroyed. So I took a pretty decent loss there on STRN. Again, I kind of caught this trade late. We didn't get the breakout up to 2. Within 2 minutes, we came right back down. I was cutting my loss. I took a nice little $1,700 loser there. So if it wasn't for that, yeah, today would be a fantastic day. And today's still a pretty good day, but again, I could have eased up on my size, especially with penny stocks, knowing that a lot of the focus and a lot of the attention was simply going to be on the SPY and the Qs in the broader market. So what's my actual P&L on the day? It's not 11.18. You got to take in consideration that I do have commissions and fees. And my commissions and fees are like 150 on the day. So technically I'm right at like 950-ish on the day after commissions and fees. So that's not a real true number, right? You got to subtract those commissions and fees. So just right at like 950 on the day. So still getting pretty close to wiping out the loss from yesterday and just being, reset. That's my goal, is to be reset. We have 3 trading days to go. We have Thursday, Friday, Monday. And if I can continue to lock in some great consistent profits and get back into the green for the month, I'll take that as a win. As long as I don't lose any more than I'm currently down, I take it as a win. If I can break even, I take it as a win. But as long as I can hold on and just kind of close out the month the way I am right now today and not lose any more, I take that as a big win. Corey, congrats, man. Good job. Final update for the day. He's done exceeding his daily goal with some nice, consistent profits. Good job and good work, Mr. Corey. You've absolutely been crushing it lately, my man. So keep up the amazing work. And I'm curious, what changed over the past couple of months, Corey? What's changed? Like, I see you're coming in, you're crushing your daily goal, you're very consistent, your losses are very, very tiny, your losses are very, very small. When you have big days, you have big days, or you're just hitting those base hits, locking in those consistent profits. What's changed over the last couple of months to make you just that wow, that aha factor, right? That realization of, hey, this is what I was doing wrong. This is a small adjustment that I've made to, again, see those consistent profits and to keep those losses very, very small. Because overall, for the year of 2022, man, we're about 2 months into the year now. You've been extremely consistent over the past 2 months. So again, I'm just curious to know, what was it that just clicked as to where you're like, I finally got this figured out. We're good to go. Let's rock and roll. Because again, man, you've been absolutely crushing it. Good job. And that goes for everybody, right? I'm just talking to Corey. That goes for everybody, though. Everybody's been coming in. Everybody's been doing amazing, locking in those great consistent profits, staying disciplined, learning. I'm proud of each and every one of you. I want to pick Corey's brain a little bit. And Corey, with that approach, you're going to be doubling your account every single month, which is amazing, right? If you're locking in those consistent $100 days over 20 trading days, you're making $2,000 on a $2,000 options account. And I like it. You're looking for base hits, right? You're looking for base hits. 20 to 25 bucks a trade. Those base hits add up. Or you take one trade, it's a big time runner, and you make your goal plus some in just one trade. So I like it. You're cutting losses quicker now than you were before. Seems like you're really just scaling back, looking for base hits, not looking for those home runs, managing your risk, cutting losses a lot quicker, and realizing, hey, right, when I'm in the green, let's lock in those profits, because the trade can shift very, very quickly, and you go from a small base hit trade to a potential big loser. So I like your mindset. Hey, the trade's going against me and I don't like it. I'm willing to get out of that trade and walk away. Still have some cash left over to re-enter another position if an opportunity presents itself. So, I mean, great approach, great mindset. Keep up the awesome work, man. Keep locking in those base hits. And before you know it, your base hits are not going to be 20 to 25 bucks. Maybe your base hits 2 to 250, right? The only thing that changes is how many contracts or how many shares are we taking, but we have to slowly ease into that. But again, nice base hits on your account, looking at that growth, that is amazing growth. Those are amazing returns. So keep up the awesome work. Continue to build that consistency. And before you know it, you'll be locking in those $200 base hits, having $1,000 days, absolutely destroying it. So good job. Keep it up. Right now, I am expecting to see the SPY back down at low a day, and it has me pretty tempted to jump on into UVXY, but I still feel like I'm just a little too late. I feel like I'm just about 7 cents too late. And you're like, what? 7 cents? Well, yes. With my approach, trying to keep it safe, keep these losses very, very tight. I need a little bit of breathing room, but I also need to like pinpoint my execution and get right at the sweet spot, right to the penny. And so again, the best entry would have been 18 on UVXY. Right now it's at 1808, so I can't really go, 10 cents of breathing room on 2,500 shares because that's a $250 loss, and my goal is to not reduce the profits that I currently have on the day. So still sitting back, relaxed, waiting for a possible entry coming on up. We have about 40 minutes until the end of the day. And the SPY's tempting me with a good time, guys. The SPY is definitely tempting me with a good time. But again, I just delayed reaction on UVXY. I hesitated just a little bit there. But UVXY with a nice little 20-cent pop, that could have been the winner. Again, I feel like I missed the trade. I was just a little bit too late. So I'm not going to chase this, and I'm not going to put myself in a position to take in a necessary loss. So again, we're just sitting back. We're watching the SPY. There's a lot of great opportunity, but these are scalping opportunities, guys. Really, these are just scalping opportunities, playing into the momentum to the downside. Again, watching the SPY drop on off, quick bounces back on up, looking to make these short entries for a quick little scalp. That's all we're literally doing, is waiting for these short-term bounces, getting our entries off resistance for that quick drop on off. And right now, that entry was right up here on the SPY at 423.37 as it popped all the way back up into that prior level of support, new resistance. That was the trade. And that's what I was looking at here on UVXY, was again trying to catch that for that quick little pop. But again, it popped on up. I felt like I was chasing it. It had a nice little move, but again, I just felt like I was a little too late getting into that UVXY position. So that's still what I'm doing at this point in time. Nothing has changed. Anytime I see a good short opportunity on the SPY, I'm simply looking to go long on UVXY. So right now, team, let's see if we can get another good A+ trade by the end of the day to see if we can continue to add to these profits. If not, I'm more than happy to close up my day and wrap up my day. Currently up a little over 1,100 bucks. Keith, love it. It says, brother, you saved my day today. Kept me from a big red day. Well, I don't know how I did that, but I'm glad I was able to help out Keith. So I'm glad that you were here, listening, learning, and again, not having a big old red day. Hopefully it was a green day, my man. So good job and good work. Yeah, so after commissions and fees, it's like $9.50. But again, guys, I want to be transparent. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, for those of you that haven't been in chat, say for a week, right? I'm down still for the month of February. I am red, and I'm still red for the week, right? I took a 1,200 and some change loss yesterday. Right now, I'm up $9.50 after commissions and fees. So still technically for the week, I'm down about 300 bucks, and for the month, I'm still down almost like 2,000 bucks for the month. So yes, right now, today, it looks great. Oh my gosh, you're the best trader ever. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll show you all my green trades. Well, that's not reality. Reality is I'm still down for the week. I'm still down for the month. But looking for those base hits, consistency, little by little, digging myself out of the hole. My goal is just to break even for the month. If not, I'll take a small paper cut loss, move on to March, learn from my mistakes this month, and just apply some changes to see better results for the month of March. But thank you, Mr. Matt. Thank you. All right, guys, so it's 3:30 in the market. Do we have any final closing questions or comments before we end our hump day of trading? So again, if we have any questions, comments, concerns, anything, guys, now's the time. Ask away. Let's make sure that we end our day positively, profitably, and that we just end with some momentum. And let's carry this momentum on into tomorrow. And let's continue to have an awesome trading week. So looking at the SPY, we know how the SPY moves, right? When the SPY is overextended in either direction, we have a huge move up or a huge move down, we typically get these short-lived bounces, right? So again, we had this aggressive move up, and then again, we just had that, you know, drop on back down. So kind of the same thing here, guys. We had this really big drop. We had this very short-lived bounce back up and then continue to drop. I still believe we have more room to the downside. All right, so I still believe we have more room to the downside. But again, we could see the SPY bounce back up to say the 200 SMA before we start to see resistance set back in, see it roll on over and drop on back down. So if you're going to be doing any kind of swing trading, right, calls or puts, give yourself time. Go out a little bit further, right? They're going to be more expensive, but you're going to give yourself time, and you're not going to have as much decay, as much time decay. I still wouldn't trade against the trend, in just my opinion, right? I wouldn't trade against the trend. Right now, the trend is down. We're looking pretty weak, and I still think we have more room to the downside. So I wouldn't look to be trading against the trend. I would simply be waiting for the best short opportunity to trade with the trend, but I think we may see a multi-day bounce back up, find resistance maybe around like 435. It could definitely bounce back up towards around these moving averages, right around the 200 SMA, right around the 20 EMA. We also have some prior support and resistance right around that 443 mark. So we could see a really aggressive, short-lived, multi-day bounce back up into a prior level of resistance and then see the market roll back over. But again, we could see it gap down and drop even lower tomorrow. Again, there's so much uncertainty. We don't know what's going to take place. Again, anything could change the market. Any kind of headline could really just throw the market off one way or the other. But right now, from a technical perspective, definitely more room to the downside. But again, if we see that, okay, Russia and Ukraine, blah, 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 no longer an issue, right? You'll see the market shoot back up. All right, inflation's not 7%, it's 4%. You see the market shoot back up. So again, you just want to make sure you're very, very cautious, I guess. Tread lightly. Don't be aggressive. Scale back. If you want to get your feet wet, definitely get your feet wet. But again, just understand that it's risky to be, in my opinion, swing trading in this very erratic, volatile market. So if you're going to be swing trading, just make sure you give yourself a little bit of time and always try to trade with the trend. And right now, it's very clear that we're in a nice little downtrend here on the SPY. So I would be looking for, personally, a short opportunity. But if you're looking for a short-term bounce on up, I would still go out on expiration just to give yourself some time, just so those option contracts don't get destroyed like a weekly expiration contract would, especially if you're on the wrong side of the trade. So yes, it's going to be more expensive, but you shouldn't take as big of a loss if the market does go against you. Frank, I'm still sitting on the sidelines. The question was, are you buying anything for the long term? So right now, I've been dabbling. Again, over the last about 2 weeks, the only thing that I've added to was SPY, Qs, ARK, ARKK, ETF, and then I added some Meta. So I told you guys I wanted to be a buyer on Meta platforms between 2 and 225. So I believe it was Thursday, I added a little bit of this to my long-term portfolio on my Roth. So I was buying this around, I think it was 209. So over the last couple of weeks, that's the only thing I've added to, or it was a fresh position, was Meta. As far as adding to any other positions, I'm still waiting, right? The only ones that I'm considering adding to is Roblox, but I want to see a few days of consolidation sideways, but I'm definitely going to be adding to this. I definitely want to add to SOFI. But again, I want to kind of see the same thing. I want to see a little bit of consolidation. And I'm looking at the overall market. I still think we have more room to the downside. I could be wrong, but at this point in time, based on what I see, we have room to the downside. So what's going to happen? SOFI, still going to drop. RBLX, still going to drop. A lot of these longer term positions I have, assuming the overall market still drops, you know, these stocks are going to drop as well. So I'm still being patient. If I do start adding, I'm going to add very lightly, right? Very, very lightly, non-aggressive whatsoever. But assuming we start to find a bottom, the SPY and the Qs, you know, we're in the clear, we don't have as many negative headlines, there's not as much uncertainty, and we see that the markets are bottoming, and this is the potential move back up into that end of year rally, then I'll start being a little bit more aggressive. But right now, today, at this point in time, I'm definitely still treading lightly, and I'm not adding to anything today. We'll come back and see tomorrow and Friday. I'm taking it day by day, and whenever I see that opportunity present itself, and I'm feeling confident to add, that's when I'll start adding, but it's still not going to be really aggressive. I don't really plan on getting like super aggressive until maybe like middle of the year, summertime. That's when I'm going to get aggressive. But from now until middle of the year, I'm still going to be adding, just very, very lightly, non-aggressively. I personally wouldn't be looking to go long on UVXY just yet because I don't see a reason to short the SPY just yet. So until I see a reason to short the SPY, I would not have a reason to go long on UVXY. And right now, I just feel like you'd be gambling. If you jump into a call or a put right now on the SPY, I personally think it's a gamble. We really don't have a great risk-reward setup in front of us. So I cannot suggest going long on UVXY yet until we see a validated reason to go short on the SPY. I hear you, Corey. I do not like seeing red either, but when we see red and we're prepared and we're ready to go, it's just a better buying opportunity, especially with some of these great names that we own. So, hey, I don't like red, but when I see red, I'm like, haha, I'm prepared. I got a cash balance. I can add. I'm not strapped. I can keep bringing that cost basis down, get a nice little, what I call a flash sale. Nice flash sale. Or if you guys like Call of Duty and you play games, it's a fire sale. Corey says, def prepared, but a guy can dream. You're right, we can dream, 100%. I mean, it would be nice if this was the start of a daily double bottom and we saw an immediate rebound. But with all these things going on in the world and the economy, inflation and the uncertainty and just, you know, the stock market we know does not like uncertainty, and there is just a lot going on right now. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of things going on. So until, you know, we start to see things getting cleared up and cleaned up, you know, I don't know. That's why I still think there's more room to the downside. But, you know, again, anything could happen. Anything could happen. We could wake up tomorrow and just so much positivity out there, no uncertainty, and we're rallying, and we're good until the summer, good until the end of the year. But right now, at this point in time, based on what I'm seeing, I'm still looking at more room to the downside. Which sucks, because again, I hate seeing my long-term account getting beaten up like this, but I'm just still adding little by little by little. Hopefully, I don't run out of cash to add. I'm trying to be pretty moderate, be, you know, somewhat conservative on how I'm adding and how aggressive I'm being. But if the markets fall for the next 2 years, eventually I'm going to run out of cash. But, you know, that's very, very unlikely that we see the markets fall like that for, you know, such a long period of time. But you never know. You never know. I don't remember 08, but what was 08 like? How long did the market fall in 08? Again, I don't remember. I was a baby. I didn't even understand what the market was. The market, recession, depression. I mean, we fell for a very, very long time, and we fell for a good 2 years. Nah, it was actually about a year, and then we started bouncing on. So again, anything could happen, guys. Anything could happen. So if we do go into a recession and we do see anything like what we saw in '08, which I'm not saying we're going to, I'm just saying what if that were to happen, and I run out of cash in the next 6 months and we're still falling, I'm going to get a side job because I need money to add to my positions. No, I'm just going to have to make some money day trading and pull all that day trading cash and throw it into some of these long-term investments, but we shall see. So now I feel bad because I'm looking at the SPY and I'm like, I just find it to be a little bit risky to be jumping in right here. I don't really see a clean, awesome setup, but then it cracks, fades on over, UVXY's up 20 cents a share. Now I feel bad for advising against it because again, I wasn't really seeing a great short opportunity on the SPY, but hey, it's still rolling on over. So if we can get one last end of day trade, we got 19 minutes to go. So let's take a quick vote. All right, let's just take a quick little vote and see what you guys are thinking. Do you think the SPY is going to continue to fade and fall over the next 18 minutes? Do you think the SPY is going to more or less sit sideways? Or do you think the SPY is going to get a little end-of-day rally and a little bit of an end-of-day push? What are you guys thinking? Dropping, sitting sideways, or end-of-day rally in the next 18 minutes? What do you guys think is going to take place here on the SPY? Owen saying it's gonna fall. Well, if everybody says fall, then I'm going all in. Movie saying sideways. I think Matt just said up because everybody else said fall and sideways. He's like, well, I got to go ahead and break this and say up. I got to keep everything equal across the board. So that's what I'm thinking as well. I was thinking more like sideways with a quick little end of day little pop. Matt said he flipped a coin. Heads won. So that's what I was kind of thinking too, Corey, was more kind of choppy sideways with a end of day pop. The last 5 minutes, a little bit of an end of day rally. That's what I would think. But again, we're just having some fun right now. Again, we know that predicting the market doesn't get you anywhere. We're not here predicting the market. We're simply reacting to opportunity, right? But again, it's every now and then it's fun to sit here and try and predict what's going to happen. So I would say more or less probably a little bit sideways action until probably the last 5 minutes, and then I think we'll see a little end-of-day pop. Oh, what's going on? Where are you going, Spy? What you gonna do? Corey's saying it's gonna close at 424.16. Wow. So Corey's like, yeah, the Spy's got another $1.50 to the upside. Basically what Corey's saying is do not go long on UVXY, is what Corey's saying. Stay away from it. Don't go long on it. We're ripping $2 to the upside. So do we have anything that stands out to us on a 5-minute time frame? Not really, just a lot of indecision here over the past, 15 minutes or so. There's definitely a lot of volume moving in here into the day, guys, right? Average volume today, we were like 40 million shares. Not 40. About 400,000 shares a minute, right? Was the average. Now we're trading well over 1 million just on this last candle. So we definitely see a lot more volume moving in, but it's 50-50. A lot of selling, a lot of buying. It's definitely still a little bit of indecision right now into the day. So again, Corey was thinking more kind of sideways with a little bit of an end of day pop. But here's the thing. We didn't even say what direction it was going to pop. We just said sideways and then a pop. So is the pop going to be up? Or are we going to see a pop to the downside? You see a pop or a drop? I guess pop means up, drop means down. But hey, some people say, hey, it's popping to the downside. I don't know. Hey, Corey, if you're anywhere close, go buy 2 Powerball tickets. All right, buy 2. One for me, one for you. I'll send you $1. So we are officially 11 more minutes to go. I think I'm done for the day. I think I'm going to wrap up my trading day. I'm not going to force anything into the day just to get break even on the week. I'm pretty much there. I'm down just a little bit. But we still have 2 days to go. We have tomorrow and we have Friday, but I'm not here Friday. Do I trade stocks or do I enjoy my anniversary? Do I come into the market and trade and make money? Or do I enjoy my anniversary? This is tough. I might have to sleep on this one, guys. I'll get back to you. No, kidding. Obviously, I enjoy my anniversary and my birthday. So I have one trading day to go. I have tomorrow to lock in those profits, to see some green for the week, to see some green potentially for the month. But right now, it is what it is. So we're officially the last 10-minute stretch, guys. Yeah, Corey, my predictor isn't looking so hot either, right? We said more or less sideways. Don't get me wrong, it's still more kind of sideways-ish action. We're not really just trending down or up. We're just kind of chopping around this 422. So we'll see. We still got 10 minutes to see what happens, man. We know the market's crazy. We could see a nice $2 rally into the day. But if not, do not waste money, right? Do not waste money on that lottery ticket. Probably not going to win. Owen, hey Josh, thanks for everything you do with us in chat. Great impact you've had on me. I really, really do appreciate that, Owen. I'm glad that I've had a great impact. I'm able to educate you guys and help you guys find success in the stock market. So you are more than welcome, and thank you for being a part of the team. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for taking that initiative. It's paying off. You're finding success. You're seeing great results. Good job. Keep up the amazing work. Corey, start figuring out the numbers, buddy. Start figuring out those numbers. What do we want to pick? 7, 22? All right, we definitely got to get one of those numbers you picked, if you're right. You said the SPY was going to close at what? What do you say? The SPY 424.16. So we got to get a 4, a 24, and a 16 on that lotto ticket, man. Those are some lucky numbers if we close at 424.16. Like I said, I'll cash app you, you know, 20 bucks. We'll get 20 of them. I don't know if that makes a difference, but hey, you know. And real quick, completely off topic, but again, we're just kind of sitting here watching the SPY, looking to see how we close on out. Does anybody else deal with really bad allergies that get really like brain fogged? And if so, have you guys like any remedies that work to remove some of that brain fog? I think it has a lot to do with my allergies because it's only when I feel really congested and I'm taking my allergy medication, I just feel really foggy in the brain. So I didn't know if anybody else deals with bad allergies like me that has the same issue with really bad brain fog. And if so, a remedy. I'd really appreciate it because I do not like the feeling of fogginess. Local honey. I've heard about that because all the pollen and stuff like that locally in the area helps offset the allergies, which in turn would offset the brain fogginess. Because I tell you what, I woke up this morning and I'm ready to go. I'm motivated, excited to dive inside a chat to work with each and every one of you. But then like 10 minutes later, it hit me. I'm like, wow, I can't think clearly. Massive headache. Allergies are kicking my butt. I tried to read a book this morning. I like reading in the mornings. And I could not focus, I could not concentrate, I could not digest what I was reading. I'm like, man, I am super foggy today. And I'm like, this isn't gonna be good. I'm like, what's the remedy? I had 2 energy drinks thinking that would help. Nope, not at all. Some really strong allergy medication. Not at all. I'm like, what can I do? Woo! I'll definitely try the local honey. I'll definitely give it a shot. I've heard a lot of good things about that. Really does help with allergies overall. Keith, I'll definitely give that a shot. Some raw local honey daily. Yeah, I've read up on that and a lot of good benefits. So absolutely, I'm gonna go drive down the road, find one of those stands where they have some raw local honey. I'm not a fan of honey, but I'll mix it in some hot water, maybe mix it into some of my tea, and maybe drink it that way. Right now we got 2 minutes to go. What's gonna happen? We are still pretty much sitting sideways, guys. I know we're slightly lower than where we were when we took that vote, but nothing substantial. 50 cents lower. We haven't really been as volatile, moving as much. We've more or less been kind of sitting sideways, but we are technically lower than what we were. I think we were taking that vote right around here, right around like 422.30. That's for the price. So we're down about 70 cents since we took the vote. So, congrats to everybody that said drop. Matt said up. You're wrong. Movie Star said sideways. So did I. I guess we're all wrong. Owen, he was correct. Fall. So, Owen, you win today's right now. Again, we only have 2 minutes to go. No trades for me, so I'm going to wrap up my day. That is the trade-in day, so not too shabby, but I'll go ahead and end the day on a green note. Get these profits posted up in Profits Chat, and we'll come back tomorrow and see what opportunity that we have, ladies and gentlemen, to continue to lock in these awesome profits. So good job to every trader inside of chat. Way to come in, way to crush it, way to make it happen. Keep up the amazing work, and let's carry this momentum into tomorrow. Let's end the week strong, let's end the month strong, and let's reset for the month of March and make March our best month so far for the year of 2022. You got 50 seconds to go. Ladies and gentlemen, after hour scanners will be coming up. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Enjoy your evening. And I will see you back here inside the chat at the start of pre-market, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Enjoy your night. Get some rest. Be here or be squared. The early bird gets the worm. We're locking in some great profits tomorrow, so make sure you guys are here. If you have any questions whatsoever, hit me up. Reach out anytime. I am always here to help. Once again, team, good job and good work. Send me, oh yeah, that's what I have to do, guys. I need to post up the email. So as soon as I jump off the mic, I'm going to be creating that email exclusively for members inside a chat. So if you want to take me up on that offer, have a one-on-one session, talk about what's going on, try to re-strategize and identify what's going on with your trading. To see those better results, you'll be able to send me an email tonight, book that session. Again, it's on me 100%. This is something that I want to do with you guys, especially if you are struggling and you need that one-on-one help to try and identify what the problem is and find a solution. We will absolutely make it happen. And then again, any questions, when you email me, we will be utilizing the new email address. So no longer emailing me, josh@alphadaytrading.com. There's just way too much spam that comes into that email account. And before you know it, I have 100 emails a day. You send me one, it gets pushed all the way down to the bottom. So I want to make sure that you guys have your own place that you can send me emails. I see those and I can get back to you and not miss those. All right, guys. So I'll be dropping that link this evening. Again, enjoy your night. Continue to trade smart and safe if you're here in post-market. Post-market scanners coming on up. Enjoy your night. Let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Good job and good work, traders. Enjoy your night, and I will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Once again, good job. And I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Take care.